1 day of players already over here for the PMPL Africa Qualifier Spring 2022, and we still got 2 more days to go, and we're going to start that right now with our second day of play here. My name is Max, and I'm going to be one of your commentators for today, but I cannot do this job alone. I'm going to be joined by, as I said, the African connoisseur of PUBG Mobile Esports. It's DK back with me again. How are you feeling, man, after yesterday?
Pretty excited. I mean, yesterday got off to an absolutely fantastic bang coming right on through. We had so many teams stepping up, quite a lot of impressive gameplay coming in. And I mean, I'm looking forward to even more of that for today's games.
Yeah, hopefully we're going to have a lot more great action because I think especially yesterday was... I don't think you could start a qualifier any best way than what happened yesterday. In case you guys did not watch the first day of play, I recommend you go back after the show, not now, because you want to stay with us. Okay, we're live. This is more important. But you might want to go and check out some of the games that happened on that first day of play because we had some insane finishes. So you definitely do not want to miss out on those. And hopefully it's going to be the same today. We're going to have the same map schedule. We're going to have the same things happening for some of these teams. Of course, the team and group rotations is going to be a little bit different, so we might have some different altercations on, especially Sanhok and Miramar. Those are the 2 maps I'm really intrigued for today because it's going to be completely different from what was happening yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely hoping today that we see a little bit more. I'd call it aggression coming through on Sanhok because out of our 5 maps played yesterday, Sanhok was definitely the one where the teams took it the most slow pace, right? Things weren't really going all that fast. It was a little bit more of a more cautious approach, which doesn't really make sense based on the performance we saw coming through on that first Erangel. But hopefully, we'll definitely see that dialed up quite a bit here than in today's matches.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, that Sanhok game was a bit weird. It was a very slow burner, which is not what you would expect in how fast the games on the other maps were going on the Erangel and Miramar. I was like, okay, what's happening? Is this Miramar in disguise? No, it wasn't. But it's fine. We'll see how teams are going to try and adapt and bring themselves a little bit higher up in the rankings today. And man, I cannot wait to get to the overall rankings because we've got so many things to break down. We're going to have that come up later on in this pre-show to break down exactly which teams dominated. But if we do a quick little recap of yesterday, just one team comes to mind, in my mind, at least, DK, right? It has to be the side of Team Umbra. Absolute, utter domination. They played 3 games, 2 of those resulting in a chicken dinner. Their 3rd game resulting in their 3rd place. These guys were absolutely on point.
Yeah, they definitely stepped it up quite an insane amount, and they finished exceptionally strong at the end of that first day. But again, it being the second day, this is where I'm kind of waiting to see if other teams are going to try and adopt a very similar approach in the games we actually have lined up for them here today.
Yeah, and of course, in case you did not check out yesterday's action, once again, that's a big mistake. You should definitely make up for it and watch yesterday's games if you can. This is how the format goes for the tournament. We have a total of 24 teams for this qualifier, 4 days of play, actually resulting in 3 days of play. So technically, this is day 2 we'll go with still. And every day we're going to have 5 matches played. Every single team every day will play 3 to 4 matches, depending on which group they are and how their group rotation actually works out. And as we said already, right, DK, this is a tournament where out of the 24 teams, only 10 will be making their way to the very first PMPL Africa 2022 Spring to join the other 10 teams who already qualified through a multitude of ways. And I think especially we've got a few teams that are big names already in the PMPL Africa itself. So you need to have the big boys make it through this qualifier to have even a fighting chance to take it in the Africa PMPL. I'm getting confused with so many tournament names, but in the PMPL Africa itself.
Yeah, I mean, and today is going to be one of those important days once again because if the teams didn't perform to their satisfaction yesterday, they have today to try and kind of bring a big change up onto the overall standings in their current position on the leaderboard. And we did see an absolutely fantastic performance coming through from the players there of MZR in our final match over on Erangel. I mean, we were talking about seeing them improve it, and they finished off with a beautiful chicken dinner coming in. So it is still within the realm of possibility, but the further we get through today's matches, the more difficult it will be for teams to gain any more additional points and make any drastic changes on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, talking about the last game, I really thought VGS was going to have it for a second, but you know what? Apparently, MZL had it under control. We're going to see also if they can have the point system under control, see exactly how they're going to secure all of these juicy points for themselves. But as we know, if a team knows that these chicken dinners give you 15 points, it's the boys from the side of Team Umbra getting themselves 2 chicken dinners. That's a total of 30 points and 2 single wins alone, plus also 10 points from that 3rd place they were able to get. So definitely aiming for the tippity top of the rankings this time around, which is amazing to see. But as always, that chicken dinner 15 points trickles down right until that 13th position and below, where you get that big fat bubble, that 0, which you definitely want to avoid, and that 1 elimination equal 1 point rule. So nothing's changed. If you watch PUBG Mobile Esports in the past, I don't know, 2 years, you know this point system by now, so nothing has changed. But some teams are really making full usage of that 1 elimination equal 1 point rule here, DK, and are able to set themselves a very high standard in this qualifier.
Yeah, and we saw some heavy hitters come through just yesterday. I mean, you were talking about Team Umbra. 32 of their points came in from those eliminations alone, which is relatively close to the amount of placement points they were able to bring in. But we also see the players here from Grind Gaming. They also just played quite aggressively yesterday, and with that, they were able also to secure a really strong amount of those elim points. So, today it's still going to be open for the taking. We do have several teams that we know have the ability to be quite aggressive, but what it's also gonna come down to is kind of how they can work out those rotations to ensure that they stay up into those late phases. And speaking about the late phases, the pairings we have for the groups once again today will make for some really interesting gameplay as well.
Yeah, because when we're looking at the Sanhok games in general, yesterday it was Group B and C, but this time on Sanhok is going to be Group A and B. So all the teams of Group A, we're going to be seeing on their very first map of Sanhok, which I'm really, really hyped, especially to see how Team Umbra, DROGONS, Blackjack Esports, Aphelion Apex will potentially play through their very first Sanhok in the tournament. So that is going to be a very, very intriguing prospect to witness today. And for Miramar, yesterday it was Group A and B playing the very first Miramar. This time around is going to be Group A and C. So this is going to be the first time we're going to see Group C. So when I'm looking at Miramar in particular and seeing how teams have good macro, one team comes to mind instantly for me, DK, is RTG Esports. Sometimes they go for these wide splits, sometimes a little bit too committed to these type of splits. But if there's one map where those could be super, super strong to get an advantage in terms of map rotations and how you're going to get in strong spots, RTG Esports is a team that comes to mind for me. I absolutely love how they played it yesterday. As I said, sometimes overcommitting to it, so I hope they can improve their timing on that aspect. But I think RTG has a clear shot here to have a really, really strong impact on the first Miramar hit.
Yep, they definitely do have a absolutely fantastic opportunity. So, only time will tell what it is that they are going to be bringing to that table. But first up, we are, of course, going to be heading over onto Erangel now. Just yesterday's performances over on Erangel was actually quite surprising, right? We did not have a really insane zone making its way on. It was a relatively comfortable start for majority of the teams. But what I liked was just kind of the pacing that the teams brought in. I mean, they started off with some crazy momentum and kind of just kept that trend going through the remainder of the Erangel matches, which made for some devastating blows. I mean, yes, we did see the players there from the side of Umbra actually coming in with 2 chickens in yesterday's plays, but I mean, there's so many possibilities here, just depending on where that flight path goes, where that first initial zone appears. If the teams utilize all the information and the VOD reviews, which they should have done by now, we can actually see some really interesting and potentially upgrading strats coming through from these plays.
Upgrades, people. Upgrades. We'll see if they can get it. But we're going to look at the overall rankings, and we're going to upgrade the show by getting our faces away. No, that was a little bit mean. You want to keep DK's face on the stream, maybe not mine. But here we go. The rankings, we mention it time and time again. Team Umbra with those 2 juicy chicken dinners, able to top the tables with an overall 72-point lead right now, which is absolutely insane compared to second place. It's already a significant lead. It's already hard for Grind Gaming, Virtual Gaming, Next Level to catch up to that first place in today's games alone. Even Grind Gaming, even though they're in second place, they got 53, is still going to be a very rough test. So we'll see if Tumbra, it's like just an acronym for everything together. If Team Umbra can witness the test of time. But the one team in this top page that intrigues me personally, DK, I'm looking at is Next Level. They've only played 3 matches, just like Grind Gaming 2, but Grind Gaming's got some really high eliminations in this one. But I think the Next Level, for a team that has significantly improved throughout the day from their first, second, third game, I think that they've changed and adapted every single game in and out, which I do appreciate a lot. And them now able to close off the day in really good fashion, able to stand on 37 points. I'm happy with what Next Level has been able to bring to the table on that first day of play, but I still want to see them hopefully remain consistent with what they showed at the end of the day instead of being a little bit up and down like we saw at the start of yesterday.
Yeah, it is definitely going to take a lot of focus to come in from the team side, as they have to, kind of keep their mentality dialed in, and have to
Hmm.
try and maintain any momentum they can build up through these matches, because that's kind of where we have a slight bit of a downfall come in. As teams come in, they have an absolutely fantastic match, and then they kind of lose it somewhere in that one map that they're sitting out on. So they're definitely going to have to look in a way to kind of try and keep that up, keep on pushing. And if we look onto the second page, I mean, there's a few teams positioned on this side that we saw yesterday have some really good runs, but then
Yep.
they lost it a little bit along the way. So definitely, especially the second page, this is where the teams will have to just kind of, grab it all back together, put all their ducks in one basket, and then just push through today's performance.
Yeah, try and push her through the performance. That's what we're going to hope and see from some of these guys. Though I am a little bit scared, DK, I'm not going to lie, for Rila Insider and AKM because they both played 4 games yesterday. All of the teams on the second page, aka the best page, that are still playing today are going to be playing more matches than Rila Insider and AKM Esport by 1, potentially 2. So Blackjack Esports, Zero Tolerance, Aphelion Apex, Somalia, Recalcitrant, RTG Esport, they have a very clear chance to overtake Real Insider and AKM Esport. If Real Insider and AKM have a bad day, they could find himself so easily, and I really compressed that enough, they could find himself poorly on the third page. So Real Insider, AKM Esport are teams that I do not want to see falter in this day of play as we shift on over to the third page, and these are teams that we need to see changes from, especially DROGONS. We touched upon them a little bit yesterday, right, DK? But all these
Mm.
teams here, things have not been able to stick, and we need to see some big changes from these guys if they want to have a chance to make it in top 10.
Yeah, and I mean, there's only 10 teams, so they definitely have to aim to land themselves in those top 2 slots on that second page. And just looking at the current point distribution that we have, there's definitely not a lot of disparity with regards to the teams and their points. I mean, Rila Insider, as we saw, sitting on 30 points up in 9th place. And if we look to the players there from 21st Century, yes, they're sitting on 1, but that can change in one single game. We could see the players from 21st Century just kind of swap places with where MZR is, or even
Yeah.
potentially the players there from Rilla. They could just leap their way right into that position. So the teams definitely will have to keep their focus up all the way through, because at any point, any team can jump and catch up with you. I mean, I think the only team kind of safe coming into this first match is Team Umbra, because they are well ahead of Team Grind.
Yeah.
But the other
I
teams, not so much.
Yeah, I think the team Umbra has got enough of a cushion where even if they have a bad day today, they should still be in top 10. But we'll see. They come in here to make a statement, right? And it's very
Mm.
hard to replicate a true competitive environment. Like scrims are scrims, right? They're cool, they're useful, you can learn a lot from them. But it is not the same ecosystem and environment that you would have in an actual tournament
Mm.
where you got actual stakes in the tournament, which in this case here is to qualify for the very first PMPL Africa in the 2022 season. So very important to see. Though I do have some topics. We saw a few players we'll potentially talk about at the start of the game because we've got the schedule that's ready to go. So we're going to
Mm.
talk about the schedule before talking about some interesting stats for some of these guys. But it's going to be the same map rotations, but the group rotations are not going to be the same. As we said, this is the first time we're going to be seeing Group A on Sanhok and the first time we're going to see Group C play in a Miramar. So those are the 2 maps where we might see some really differing changes between yesterday and today. So those are the 2 maps I'm definitely looking forward to.
Mm. Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. It's going to be interesting to see what the battlefield will hold for us, and I'm hoping to see the jungle get a little bit more sweaty, right? Because we know that is kind of what it is, but it was like it was kind of drained. All the moisture was taken out of the air, and it just became a map,
Moist.
right? So
Okay.
yeah, it
Maybe not
was
moist.
unmoisted. So it was it
Um,
was demoistified. It was demoistified, right? It's not a word, but we'll make it a word for today. So definitely hoping to see the teams, particularly on Sanhok, keep it up. I mean, Miramar, that was great. Sanhok, I mean, we want to see that close quarter engagements come through.
yeah, of course. We're going to hope to see those coming on through. But if there's one thing that we mentioned quite a bit yesterday, DK, right, and I'm really happy to see is
Mm.
that if some hot drops were happening, the game almost instantaneously after that one, the hot drop would be fixed, and that is a great change. As I mentioned a few times during the broadcast on day one, I'm casting the AEL currently, and you got so many hot drops that have
Mm.
not yet stopped, and we're like 5 days into the tournament, and they're still committing to the hot drop, and they keep losing them. Here, that's not the case, and it's only 1 day of play. It's only
Yeah.
3-4 games played every single team for every single team. So I think that that's a great thing to keep in mind. So GG teams, making me happy to cast the tournament. Feels really good. But yeah, I think it's time maybe we can talk about some interesting stats. Myself and DK had access to a page to see a little bit of a few numbers for some of the players. And if there's one team that I was really interested in their stats, one player in particular is actually for Rila Insider. Zeke has 9 eliminations, is one of the top damage dealers in the entire lobby here, DK. But, and unfortunately so, Rila Insider are struggling. Which position? They're like on the top of the second page. I would remember because it is the second page. But Rila Insider are in 9th, which they're still in the top 10. You know, they're still, if we stop now, we're qualified to PMPL Africa. That's great. But I think we're seeing how good of a performance Zeke has been able to put on for yesterday and see where the team currently stands. I think they could be a lot higher if they could play around Zeke a little bit more instead of him. I'm not going to say solo carrying, but doing a lot of heavy lifting, at least in these games. So I would like to see a little bit more of a setup around Zeke because he's been doing great so far. I want to see more things from the rest of the team to assist Zeke. And if so, I think that a top 5 to be comfortable wouldn't be out of the question here.
Yeah, and I mean, like Zeke is also the IGL for the team of Rila Insiders, right? So it makes sense. You can see the knowledge, and you can see the kind of tactfulness of him coming through in his performance, as you pointed out. He's been able to kind of find himself in a really strong position in the stats just after yesterday. So yeah, I gotta agree with you. I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that come through on the side there for Rila Insiders, but I'd also like to see them just kind of look to balance it out, right? So I feel like Zeke has kind of set the bar for where the team should be. Now the rest of the players just need to kind of try and catch up instead of it working the other way around. So yeah, today will be kind of that opportunity where they have a chance to try and bring in a few of those additions. But I mean, even if we look at, for instance, like the players from teams Umbra, right? Yes, okay, they're sitting at the top of the leaderboard, but the consistency coming in from them, right? It is far more balanced. If we look, for instance, at our top eliminations from yesterday, just at a quick glance, you can already see just 3 of the Umbra players sitting right up in towards that top 10 position, kind of.
Yeah, it's definitely something to keep into account. So I'm trying to load also at the same time the planes because I'm trying to compare things, but I cannot use the stats right now. But the next topic I potentially wanted to jump on here is teams that we want to see significant improvements from. And the team that I had no clue was going to be solo at the end of that first day, for me is Raze. And I don't know if you would agree with me on that one, but Raze in the player and the play-ins that was on day 1, so 2 days ago, dominated to make it into this tournament. They got himself first place in very, very dominant fashion. So it was also a really good initial setup from them, right? You're thinking, okay, they were first place in that one. They should be towards the top, but they're 23rd out of 24 teams right now. They got themselves a 15th place, an 8th place, and a 14th place. Most of their points come in from 4 eliminations they got so far and 1 placement point. I need to see the comeback happen from Raze because even though we said it's a very short-term tournament, you can still climb back up if needed. Raze on a position where I'm thinking if they are in a similar position at the end of today, it's pretty much done. So I need to see a good start from Raze. Raze is the team I'm looking at that I want to see improve the most because if they don't make it happen, it'll be very, very disappointing seeing how good they started this event.
But then also the players coming in from 21st Century. I mean, if we look at the match in which they played alongside Raze Clan, they finished a mere 10 points away from Raze. So again, the opportunity is there. The ability from the team is there to perform exceptionally well. But we'd like to see that. We'd like to see them come through with the performances, show us why they are here and why they are deserving of one of the qualifying slots. Because I mean, a lot of these teams that we have in here, we know that these are some pretty amazing teams to have. But who's going to be the team that wants it the most? That is what we're essentially here to see. Which 10 teams here are the ones that are going to be relentless in their efforts to try and lock in those slots?
Yeah, I'm really hoping that we're going to have some of the teams that deserve to make into PMPL Africa actually make it up there. Because when you're looking at the roster of teams, I'm not going to talk about every single team, but you've got some big, big squads. Like if you watch PMC Africa last season, you're going to see Yonku, Slime 4KT, G3 Temper. You're going to have also the side of Triple Esport. You got some big, big names coming into that tournament where it is not going to be a very forgiving environment. And if there are some teams that make it, randomly, I'm going to say, by just having some good chicken dinners here and there, and unfortunately they're not consistent, I'm scared that will hurt them. So I want to see the teams actually who make in the top 10 be extremely consistent. But with that said, is ready, ladies and gentlemen, to jump in our first game of day 2 here of the PMPL Africa Qualifier Spring 2022. And it's Erangel, it's the Grassy Pastures back on the screen, and we're going to see how things have changed, have evolved for a lot of these teams and players. But I'm intrigued. The first game yesterday was an absolute banger, so I'm hoping you're even just remotely close to that type of playstyle, and I would be over the moon here.
Yeah. I have to say I am 100% with you on that. I mean, already just looking at what we kind of have for this flight path, not an insane flight path, but definitely not a disappointing flight path at all. So the team's still having quite good access to a lot of those regions that they would like to move into. I don't think we're going to be seeing too many substitute positions potentially being played. Well, especially maybe down to like kind of Primorsk, Quarry, Sosnovka. Those regions are still accessible. It is just going to take a little while longer to get there. Of course, you've got to stop, grab a vehicle, and then rotate on from there. But I mean, I think the most interesting thing here is going to be what that first initial zone will bring in, as we do see already a few teams starting to move up in towards that North George kind of region, North George, South George. I'm hoping the zone kind of throws a spanner in the works here.
I hope so too. I think it will be interesting to see how some teams will try and adapt to that. Especially if we have a Northern Circle. One thing that we didn't see yesterday too much, and I did hit upon that point quite a few times. I want to see Zero Tolerance Skill make more usage of the cube position east of George Pole. I think it was a great opportunity. Not this game because the circle's not over there, but if it was, it would have been pretty good to see. This is a circle where normally you would have think, oh, it's going to go George Pole. Sorry, no, it's not George Pole. I said it's going to go mainland, or is it going to go Sovnovka military base? Sometimes you might think that one is more possible than the other. I would say this is almost a perfect 50-50 split. There's a lot of water, so there's a smaller chance it's going to, a little bit of a higher chance it's going to go north mainland, but it's down to an early gamble if teams want to make it, or you just stay next to the river, next to a boat to make a boatation or a cross happen. But that Eastern Bridge in particular, the cork effect, as I like to call it, it might happen here.
Yeah, we could definitely see some really challenging plays coming through, particularly having the players here now from 21st, as well as the team here from Exodus, both deciding to kind of start their looting phase right here. It's interesting because they could try and capitalize on the opportunity of the opposing team not really having much loot or armor to contend against any of those potential pushes coming through, but the same thing kind of works against them as well. But it's good to see. Whoa, yes, Andrew starting it off with a beautiful head right there on towards Kunai.
I mean, it's a smart play. They saw how fast Exodus were rotating. Like, they must be all civilian diluted, or didn't have time to loot at all. Picked up the cars right to move into Sovnovka Island to get to their drop location. They just got caught with their pants down here, DK, though. There's going to be another one. What is going on? You have no weapons. Why are you forced in the bush? And that's it. That's one, that's two, and that's going to be their third elimination already coming in.
Wow.
What the? Okay.
Yep.
That happened.
Yes, that legit just happened. Like, it's the PUBG delivery service, Max. That's what it was. You know, if you're looking for elims, just put your order in. They'll come driving to you, like they delivered to you, to your doorstep almost. Well, in this case it was the bridge, but you know it happens. But yeah, I have no idea what the kind of plan was with that strategy there.
I think we should turn this into a learning experience for the viewers at home and say why this was not good. This is because Exodus is not ready to commit to a secondary drop. That is as simple as I could put it. This circle was not great if you are a Sovnovka military-based team. You could rotate there if you wanted, but it's always better to go for a secondary, temporary drop location, loot up, then go for the rotation instead of trying to stretch your drop to make it to that principal drop-in location. And they learned it the hard way. It's very, very unfortunate for Exodus because they were in a good start after yesterday. They were in, what, 6th place with 33 points, but right behind them, there's MZR was 32, Masters was 32, Rila Insider was 30, 28 for AKM. These teams have a decent first game, like not even a good game, just an okay one with a few eliminations here and there, a few placement points. Exodus are out of the top 10 already, purely based off them not having a secondary drop location or not committing to one. So it's small things like that, but these things should not happen if you want to make it in PMPL Africa.
Yeah, but I got to say, though, this was a great start, though, for the players there from 21st Century, because if we look back to their performance on Erangel with both these groups playing, they were the first team to get sent back, and of course, the players from Exodus actually finished up in 6th place, so a beautiful turn on the tables coming in here, but the pressure's going to be on for Exodus here, particularly because I have one of their players still positioned, as we can see. Kunai now still holding on to that angle over on the military island, sorry, Kuma. And I'm not quite sure what the kind of idea here is, because we do have the players from Raze hot on his heels.
I don't know what I'm watching right now. Goes into the water. Fair enough, I guess. Yeah. You know, something weird's happening when even the casters have nothing to say, and it's our job to speak, but I'm like, I do not know what or why this is happening. We'll see. I think it's okay for us to start talking about other things. 21st Century, though, did, after their initial drop location west of Milta, get the loot, moved into Sanhok military base island, into military base itself, so they're going to have all that loot for themselves. Otherwise, no hot drop is currently happening for these teams. So the main focus is going to be on Kuma. That's going to be spotted away and normally eliminated, because he's going to breathe at one point, but breathing's illegal in this scenario. There you go.
Yes, especially if Kato is Kato and the Beast are positioned on the edge of the cliff. They're going to be keeping a very watchful eye, waiting for you to try and surface at some point in the near foreseeable future. And unfortunately, yes, that is going to be one player down, but a really bumpy start for Exodus. We did see them, of course, now rotating back on towards the mainland, using that western bridge. But Recalcitrant, as well as the players there from SYR, are also now heading in that exact same direction as we see them now on screen.
Let's see how it's going to go. Super Young Stars also crossing and getting closer and closer to the two remaining players of Exodus. I'll see if they can try and get that one a little bit going their way. It's a nice position here, playing towards sandbags in Longwood. Good little bit of information gathering towards the more southern side. Love to see it. The Phase 1 circle is about to close up, so teams are already starting to be on the move. The northern teams, looking at Team Somalia, you're looking at ZTS, you're looking at Blackjack, already making their slow rotation in. But a lot of teams can currently see, well, we can see on a mini-map, but you can't, but it's fine. It'll appear when the circle shifts. A lot of teams are hugging the northern side of this river to, as you say many times, right, facilitate next rotation. If it's a hard commit over to Sovnovka, or if it goes mainland, they might be able to pick up a few eliminations of teams rotating late. We'll see how that's going to potentially pan out, though we did see, unfortunately enough, one team get eliminated, and that's game over for Exodus on their first game.
Yeah, a very unfortunate start there for them. But, I mean, okay, so I'm not going to lie, though. When I said that the zone could throw a few spanners in the works, I was looking down towards the southwestern side, and that is exactly what we got with regards to the phase. So I'm currently a very, very happy camper, looking to see where this phase is. It is, however, making it particularly difficult for these teams. As you've pointed out, we see a lot of teams just hugging the shoreline of this waterway. I mean, even the players here from Super Young Stars are trying to find a good position to pull into, but we got the Recalcitrant right up ahead. We got the players from Magic coming in from that western side. We've got the Rage on the opposite end of the bridge. So things are looking pretty tough at this current point in time.
Yeah, I'm thinking for Super Young Stars, like Super, so you got the S, Young, so you got the Y, but Star starts with an S2. Shouldn't they be called SYS?
Maybe there's a silent R in there.
Well, are they French? I don't know. I don't know if that's what that works. Okay. I'll see. I'm just thinking. But after SYR does sound a lot better, so you know what? I can't argue with that one. But here we go. The Phase 2 circle pops, and it goes a lot more towards that mainland area. Center's going to be towards a Longwood position, so that's where SYR currently stands. Same for also Recalcitrant. So you got some teams already in a very strong position. No big need to move around those spots. But I'm looking over to the more eastern side. RTG, DROGONS, MZR, Blackjack. Those are teams that might have to make their brain work a little bit harder to make sure they can find their entry point and be safe entering the circle itself, because it's not going to be that easy one. Joker's got to be careful. Card takes a little bit of damage as he gets pushed away by zero tolerance skills, but luckily enough will make it pretty much unharmed.
Yeah, that was a good bit of scouting coming through there, but in fact, it seems like the whole team is busy looking for position to pull into. But I just got to point out quickly, though, we looked at the map, right? We saw the players there from 21st still holding up in military base. I think that is actually a really good play coming in from them. Seeing that they've already got 3 elims, they're looking to add more points onto the leaderboard, and we know that they are in dire need of that. So I think currently for them in this current situation, that is a big brain strat. Just kind of trying to keep themselves out of harm's way for the time being, waiting to see what the teams are going to be bringing in, as we see already the kill feed starting to line up with those engagements. And I mean, we're actually seeing quite a big convergence now coming in from a lot of teams rotating past that kind of Potato Hill, Pachinki region, heading into a more central region. And a big change that we saw in comparison to yesterday, aside from the shots coming in from Reverb, which you were wanting to see yesterday, is the fact that the teams are not playing edge. They're all starting to move to the center a little bit more.
Yeah, a lot more central, which I am enjoying to some extent, is really nice. But it seems like teams are rushing without really scouting onto the more, as you said, Potato Hill, Pachinki area. So there has been a few clashes. Umbra did lose Shadow End. Shadow End, actually, with Morteza, are some of the top 2 fraggers of the entirety of the tournament so far. So probably not a player we want to lose this early on, DK, if I may assume. So a little bit unfortunate for them, but it is Umbra. We'll see how good they can hold on as now a 3-man crew, as they are playing Pachinki Hill itself, so really good scouting area. But I want to go back on what you mentioned about 21st century this time, DK, because you said, no, they're taking it passive, they're taking it slow into military base. I would love to see a little bit more than just waiting for things to happen. I want to see them scout on the mountain that's just down southeast of the Western Bridge, to scout and just have information. Is there going to be a gatekeep happening? Because if I'm looking at this circle, I'm thinking it's no way it's going to end on Millie Island unless it ends on the bridge, which should not be happening normally. So I would like to see a little bit of premature scouting from these guys to try and set themselves up, because otherwise they're going to be caught with their pants down like it happened to Exodus earlier, and you just don't want to see that happen. So scouting, very, very important when you know as a fact you're going to have to cross a bridge later on in the game.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. Definitely a bit of scouting would do them really, really well. But we do see them now starting to mobilize. Yeah, they're heading towards that bridge, heading to that exact mountain that you were talking about. So maybe there's like some psychic connection here. I think that's probably the situation, because yesterday we asked for MZR to step it up. They did. Now we were talking about 21st century, and they are. So, you know, like, I think we've got a thing going here. So it's a little bit weird, but like, I'm not going to complain. It's working. We're getting the action we want. So, yeah. Ooh. And you asked for the bridge? Well, you didn't directly, but you said it, and there it is.
I said the only way it would potentially end on Sanhok Island is if it ends on the bridge, which it could happen, or we could have a TED finish. I don't know if you're aware of the TED finish. Have you heard of the TED finish? Have you seen it?
No.
No? The TED finish ends on the small little rock that's, technically speaking, right now you would say it's east of where Recalcitrant Team currently are playing, so it's right in the water, and the circle can actually end right on top of that rock.
Oh, yes.
I've casted 2 finishes like that in the past. It can happen, it's rare, but this is what the circle typically looks like before that happens, so something to keep in mind. There is a small chance, but I don't think teams are going to commit like at phase 3. That's more of a hard commit if you get towards like phase 7, 6, 7, when you know, okay, that's going to happen, we can't avoid it, so let's move in.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, I see some laughs coming in for the demoistified word that I just came up with a little while ago, but whatever. Yeah, so RTG, once again, finding themselves in a very interesting position. I'm liking the fit coming through with here. We used the players there from MZR as well as Grind, now starting to push in from this eastern side. So this could also, especially if the zone is going to be going to where you said it could be heading that kind of TED finish, I think this could also be a very beautiful setup even for the study of RTG.
I am, though, really enjoying how Zero Tolerant Skill are playing their position. They got himself a great 2-2 split. 2 players north of Longwood in the little compound with the warehouse, and 2 players Longwood itself, which you're just maximizing the scouting done, and also it's a very easy rotation if you have to regroup. So Zero Tolerant Skill definitely trying to set themselves up for success. I'm enjoying it. The RTG, nice. Ooh, very small player split. Why do you peek like that? My man's pre-firing, and he's just like, I'm going to peek exactly in his line of fire. Oh, man, at least he doesn't get knocked, so that's fine. MZR can normally get things healed off just in the nick of time. But I really like RTG position here. They've got players looking over to the northeastern side, making sure that MZR does not actually close that gap to go for a push, while also having players looking towards the riverside and getting maximal information input. This is what I love of RTG, is these kind of splits, proactively get information. Just, I hope that when they get breached, they're going to try and regroup if that happens, because I want to see more team-wide effort when they go for fights.
And maximum effort, right? That's what we want to have in as well. And of course, speaking about maximum effort, that is what we see coming in over on this western side as BJE, the players coming in there from the side of SYR, also start running up to into a little bit of an engagement here. And I mean, this looks quite interesting though, because we've got quite a bit of a fight now starting to break out between the teams, and the southern side could be quite difficult, but holding that 50 the shots now once again flying all the way across. But I don't know. I mean, Team Somalia also in a very difficult position.
Well, this circle is going to be a tough one. It's not going to be a TED finish, but it is going to be a beachside finish east of Ferry Pier. So not many strong positions you can really hold on to playing the beach itself. So one spot I would personally recommend, maybe for teams that are rotating late away from Sanhok Island, would be to go on the undersection of the bridge, north of it, actually, in fact. So that would be a really good option. Get really close to the Recalcitrant, though some breaches are happening. Umbra are going for their own respective breach. Team Somalia are trying to stop teams from pushing in, but Recalcitrant versus Umbra, that's the fight I'm focusing on right now. Umbra taking one casualty, wasted one of the top fraggers also of the tournament out of this one. Hopefully Morteza can hold strong, but that was a very desperate push from Umbra. Not much is going to come of it, and that's it. Umbra get eliminated from 15th as they fall from grace.
Well, Banana coming in with a fantastic hit, just a great a bit of assistance. Like, I was waiting the whole day to say Banana. But yeah, Stark also bringing in some really good contributions there. And it's actually quite surprising because, well, not really surprising, because we do see Banana actually coming into today being the leading player with regards to those elims, sitting on 7 collectively out of the performance just from yesterday.
I'm such a kid. I don't know whether it's just a word, and it's so yeah. I don't know if I find it funny.
It's the minions. That's what it is. For me. That's what it is.
Jason's watching this, and he's like, "Yeah, we're gonna replace Max, man. He can't, he's not professional. He loves that player names. Like, come on. What is this guy? Who's this dude? Oh my God. We'll see. Third teams now, as we said, the Sanhok rush. Teams are going to have to move away. The bridge, I would say, there's a big chance it's not going to be a very viable option. A lot of teams are looking towards that bridge location, especially Recalcitrant. We saw how good and how stable a team they were after getting breached upon by Umbra. So they have a clear chance of making a really, really big impact in this game. As Kage is going to push up for Aphelion Apex. Got himself a DBS in hand, which you love to see. Checking out the bunker. Beast hasn't made any audio cues right now. He got shot from a distance, so he's going to feel comfortable, and he's going to get pushed up on the side, and that's it. The Beast has a surprise factor. If you want to hide again, flushes it out. Maybe a little bit greedy there for a second, but you know what? He did not get punished by the other players of Aphelion Apex, as now they're getting decimated one by one. Only 2 more players remain for Aphelion Apex. Nades are now coming in, but the circle's about to move away. There's that time factor. Do you want to take this fight? Is it worth it? Or do you want to leave it and try and already initiate that river cross section that's going to be having to happen at some point?
Oh, some really healthy plays coming in there from 21st Century. But now, if we quickly jump over towards the players here from Next Level, they are going toe-to-toe with MZR as the blue zone is forcing its way on through. MZR now trying to clear it out. And again, a good approach coming through from them. They're looking to capitalize on their performance in yesterday's final match. And so far, they're looking to hold on, but up they go. Next Level, the team we're looking to see dial it up. Only having 1 elimination to their name so far, Unknown. Now trying to defend everything for them. It is down to the final 2, I believe, on the side there of Next Level. But are they going to make it, though? Because, I mean, Unknown, he's very, very mobile up top. Oh,
man, this is such a tough one. I think that Nawi is also getting shot from the window. I don't know if you saw that for a second. Unknown was very smart. And oh, wait, actually, I'm going to take that one back. No, Paradox is going to go for the engage and hide his way behind. Spots him through the smoke and gets the prey. They're all going to be burning right now. But there was a smart little thing from Unknown. I don't know if you spotted away. He picked up the gas can because he knows if a grenade comes in, that's going to do double damage and he's going to get instantly knocked. So even though he got knocked instantly after, very unfortunately so, but taking that the gas cans away from position like this is really smart to make sure you have a more of a safe environment to play from. But you must be kidding me. These, I said we were going to have top circles today again like yesterday, but this is just taking the mick now. 50-50 split with mainland on the river plus water. It's a good thing for the teams that were rotating late from Sanhok, like 21st Century, like also Rage, because they get raised because they can still cross and wait in the water. But for the teams on the mainland, they are only going to be able to play the beach unless they're able to take that position away from Recalcitrant. This is horrible. I hate this.
Well, Recalcitrant having a really good position here. I mean, they've got control of the compounds positioned in zone. We do see the players here from 21st now also trying to make a bit of a swim across. Nothing wrong with that approach. And even MZR hopping straight down into the drink. We got players here from BJE holding on to the coastline. Magic holding on to one of the compounds as well. But one of the most difficult positions I think that we could be seeing played is actually what RTG is doing now is they actually rushing in on Recalcitrant. And so far it seems like they're actually capable of pushing them out of that compound.
Yeah, that's going to be at least the attempt for them to push them out. RTG could have the opportunity to breach otherwise, breaching from the western side where SYR currently stand. A little bit more of a trickier task at hand, but they could commit, and we could see a sneaky third party unfold after that one. But we know the circle is not going to end on the bridge, because the center circle cannot be on the bridge currently with this. It's going to be a clear northern or northwestern shift, and that's where teams are going to try and set themselves up. RTG, though, one player knocked, still have 2 more remaining. There's a safe option to go under the bridge, but 21st Century are slowly but surely eking their way forward, getting closer to that spot, so it's not going to be safe for a super long period of time. A super young Star, sending already 1 player in the water, so this is going to be apparently the backup. No, it's not. No, it's actually DROGONS. What am I saying? It's DROGONS to send it in. He's a solo player. Going to try and get as many placement points as possible. I cannot complain. That is definitely a viable strat, and they do not have the numbers to go for these pushes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a worthwhile approach to be taking, but looking at what's happening down in the water, MZR, Team Somalia, oh, really tough positions to be in. Meanwhile, SYR, Super Young Stars are going to be looking to capitalize on their position up in towards the north. Black Drag now coming under severe fire as we see Cronboy just picking up those angles. I mean, this zone is going all over the place, and half of the zone is water. We got, well, pretty much half the teams already down in the drink itself. And we do see the players here from 21st and RTG now just bringing in a little bit of that bridge troll play. But, I mean, 21st is sitting on 4 players still, and they've got 6 eliminations to their name. So this already has been an absolutely beautiful step up for them. They are in the healthy points where they want to be, but now they got to try and finish at least well above that 8th position. But look at this Lordy just lasering through, and with that 21st now could potentially get taken down to only 2 remaining players. They're not able to... Ooh. What? That was beautiful.
Hell yeah, Andrex. I think that there should have been a lot more smokes on 21st Century to go for a push like that. I don't know how much they have remaining, even if they have any at all. But that one smoke, it's not enough 21st Century. We need to see, like, 10 smokes thrown, or if you want to make that push happen. Okay, maybe not 10, but a minimum of 5. 4 or 5 would be the minimum I would like to see used. SYR, they see it, the smoke coming out. This alerts them that this team of Recalcitrant is ready to move out. How they're going to pull off the rotation, though, that we do not know just yet. It is many options for them, while Super Young Stars were able to leapfrog their position, get himself over to a little bit of a lip of the hill, which gives them some good coverage if needed. But Stark, already in the buggy, be careful how he's going to approach it. We'll see. Things are now going to calm down a little bit, waiting for the circle to close up, which it is now. A lot of teams like 21st Century have that little bit of urgency. They need to push, but they're showing their back now over to Recalcitrant. As he strikes, that's one. Going for the second, right in the smoke below. Osnar is going to be inside the water. This is the tough one because Recalcitrant right now, even though they should move themselves, they're making sure no other team can come in from the western side.
Oh, it is going to be crazy as we can see everyone now just trying to push, trying to get into a decent setup. I mean, 21st still in a very exposed position. Nero now just getting down as we do see Banana coming in with yet another beautiful hit. 7 elims, but look at this, 21st sitting on 10. So many players out in the drink. They are not really going to be able to pull this one off point that easily, but we do see the players there from the Super Young Stars also now just holding on to their position on the mainland. Does seem like a BJE Lelouch is also positioned on that far western side, just narrowly, barely hanging on to the last bit of dry ground. But up comes the bombardment as Banana sends them on out, just peeling away the players from 21st, and with that, Banana clean sweeps. I had to quickly pull back the words there, but Banana, yes, that was a beautiful, beautiful play coming in.
For everyone watching this, I am so sorry. I personally apologize, okay? I do not know what the level of this casting is. We know what, we're having fun. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it too. But here we go, finishing moments here for Super Young Stars as they're pushing in, but a lot of teams still committed in the water. But finally we have a quote-unquote normal circle rotation where it goes over to the mainland. So most water's been taken out of the equation. So now if you can start creating yourself makeshift defensive positions with these cards, which is what Recalcitrant are trying to do with this buggy. If they can move it a little bit closer inside the circle, that would be even better. But Super Young Stars are in a similar situation where they are, I believe, on the verge of the circle, but if they have cars to play around to defend themselves from, that could be the game-winning setup for them. So a lot of things need to be taken into account right now. But Edward of Recalcitrant being so low next to the water could give him so many ample opportunity to strike and get kills in the water.
That could be the money spot right there for Recalcitrant, I gotta say though. But it's all gonna come down to how these teams that are trying to leave the water are gonna try and kind of pull that rotation off. As we know, the only kind of safe spot to still remain in the water is right here alongside the drop, where we do see Stark now just getting ready to push on forward. MG, however, now does get down, and with that, Blackjack gets straight away 5 teams remain. Edward gets spotted out. So we still have so many teams just trying to ride out that water. As we can see, we've got MZR as well as players there from Raze. But this is a really dominating play coming in from both the Super Young Stars as well as Recalcitrant.
Okay, teams are stepping up. Always good to Recalcitrant is now eliminations themselves. But Raze, we said we wanted to see a good start from them today. They were 23rd at the start of the day. Now they at least make it into a top 5. They get eliminated now, unfortunately enough, but still a top 5 position. That's going to help them reduce that gap that they had against themselves yesterday. MZR committed to the water relatively early, DK, so the fact that they were able to outlive most teams that played the water is definitely a good ord for them. ZTS also zero tolerance skills, eking their way forward, have a few smokes to hide behind, which is great, but Super Young Stars with that card, that is a huge position to fight from as they finally get the knock onto Banana, and he's out of the game.
Oh, all right. Okay, so the cringe is now done. We can't cringe it up anymore, but it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. We got Lord here, of course, getting ready to play alongside Skydo. Oh, up comes Skydo, quickly trying to let it fly up into MDR, but down goes. Oh, trying to hide behind a little bit of those. The seashells not really paying off as we see Skydo now getting sent away. MZR also still trying to play the edge of the coast. Yep, Paradox doing a few push-ups on the Beast. Albie, meanwhile, is going to be trying to find that angle on towards Stark. And with that, the molly pays off.
Yeah, the nade hits and the molly hits right after. Great to see from the side of Albie. Here we go, now they're pushing. He hears the gunshots. He might be able to just spot Lord, but he has another bit of utility. So that's another molly. Is that a nade? We'll see where he's going to throw, but that might be an easy knock for him. Paradox trying to peek over the side. Doesn't get damage just yet as Lord does indeed get taken away of the game. He's eliminated in 3rd place. Now it's going to be top 2. We'll see if they can get it. Super Young Stars finally pushing. They have the man advantage. It's a 3v1 and no one takes us away from Super Young Stars as they secure game number 1 of day 2 of the PMPL Africa Qualifier.
I mean, that's what we wanted. We wanted to see a super challenging zone, the team stepping up to the plate, stepping up to the challenge. It was a crazy challenge, but I mean, what a way to start off the next day of play. I mean, this was just a beautiful performance coming in from the Super Young Stars, as well as MZR, and then, of course, zero tolerance skill. They made it all the way up to the end, but even Recalcitrant brought it all the way up. I mean, 21st century, they came into that 7th place finish. I mean, what more could we ask for the first match of the day?
Yeah, you couldn't ask it for any better, really. The teams that we wanted to see step up, we talked about MZR. We said, can they also remain consistent from day to day, right? Because they improved throughout the games yesterday, and we were like, okay, that's great, but we don't want to see them go and revert back to the playstyle that was not working at the start of day 1. And they did not. They got themselves a really strong finish here, even though it was a very unusual water finish. They had a game plan in mind, and they played to it in really, really strong fashion, which is always good to see. I'm happy to see teams like, Recalcitrant, they were in 15th position at the start of the day, was 19 points. Here they do get themselves a lot of eliminations plus a 4th place. So they're going to definitely step up, maybe even put themselves in top 10, I believe. I think this game puts them actually in top 10, so we'll see how good that's going to be for the side of Recalcitrant. And you talked about 21st Century. I'm looking at Raisin being like, finally, a decent result, making it into top 5. Only 2 eliminations. You know, we would like to see a little bit more, but it is a water finish. They had a game plan just like MZR and committed to it. But we have seen some teams that needed points finally to get it for themselves. But we're going to be able to see exactly how many points were taken home by these teams on game 1 on the game rankings. And we're going to be able to see that first place for the side of Super Young Stars, 23 points. A good way to start day 2.
Yeah, definitely a really, really good and healthy way to start it off. I mean, MZR, the players there from Super Young roster, coming in with some heavy hitting points. Recalcitrant coming in with a 20 points, 21st, bringing in 12. But, I mean, look at that. The Elam points, double digits. That is what we want. We want to see teams improve. And I really feel like the 4 teams that took these top slots, they brought in a lot of that improvement, but also included in that is going to be the players there from Zero Tolerance Skills. Again, also yesterday, a good performance, but not the best we've seen. And this is a good start for them coming into the next day. But as we continue a little bit further down the list, we do see the players there from Blackjack Esports managing to still bring in those 10 points. They're also going to be trying to get back up into that top 10. We got the players there from the Race Clan, as you've pointed out. RTG, they had a few interesting strats. I mean, we did see them, of course, trying to challenge the players there from Recalcitrant coming towards that bridge. But unfortunately, it didn't really work out all too successfully for them.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate. There was a clear chance, but taking that fight was going to be a tough one. So, nice attempts, but unfortunately, no cigar this time around. Onto the second page, though, we're going to see teams that have not been able to really get the points we wanted. Exodus, not their team logo, but we want to see some changes on their drop locations if the playing path is not favoring those type of drops. Same for the side of Team Umbra this time around here. Actually, no, wait. Oh, I was looking at next level. I was like, wait a second, what's going on? But yeah, the side of next level, in a very similar fashion, did lose 2 players very early on that Eastern Bridge. So in very similar fashion to the likes of Exodus, maybe you want to make sure you can change things around a little bit. It would be good. But otherwise, I'm happy. You know, we had some teams that maybe did struggle a little bit at the start. It was a little bit weird with that playing path and the Eastern Bridge. But other than that, we saw them teams finally rise up to the occasion. And there's no better way to really start off day 2 here. And hopefully now the teams that had a good game on this one, I would say, DK, we want to see them build upon that, build some momentum to get even more points after this first game.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that. And I mean, again, a strong start to first match. But now my question comes in is, will we see this carry through onto Sanhok? Because that is what I'm sincerely hoping for. So far, we've been having pretty good luck today, asking for things and we get them. So let's ask for an absolutely beautiful Sanhok to come through.
Well, you know what? Sanhok is going to be our next map, so we'll be back right after this break for some good, moist Sanhok action. Normal circle, normal circle, normal circle, normal circle, normal circle. Oh, hey guys. Sorry. Hey guys, welcome back. Sorry, I didn't think you would see me right there. We're ready to jump into our second game of the day. It's going to be Sanhok, and we're hoping for a normal circle. We'll see if that's going to happen. But before we do dive into anything with GK to talk about what happened that last game and what might be happening this game around, we do have an official announcement to make for all of you guys at home right now. It's not the best, but unfortunately we have to make it. After the breaking of a rule by Rila Insider, they have unfortunately been disqualified from this PMPL qualifier entirely. So Rila Insider will not be participating in any future matches for this PMPL qualifier for the spring season 2022. But yeah, that's it. It's unfortunate to see them go. They had a good start of the tournament, so we'll see them hopefully come back in the future. But now, DK, focus on our next game here. Sanhok, we said it, this is the first time we're going to have some teams of Group A played out. I'm looking at Team Umbra. I'm hyped to see especially how they're going to play this one.
Yeah, it is going to be quite an interesting one because this is also going to be the first time that the teams coming in from Group A are going to be playing over on Sanhok. I mean, Group B, they've already had their chance yesterday, so we could be seeing a little bit of a dominating play potentially coming in from those Group B teams. But this is where I'm hoping that Group A kind of really brings in that storm, that fire, just to, you know, bring the moistness back into the jungle, and instead of demoistifying it. That is what we want to see. Want to see Sanhok played the Sanhok way, and of course, you know, a normal zone. That would be nice.
And I'm going to keep my fingers crossed the entire time we cast it. Just a normal one. We had some good starts. We had a bit of action happening towards, I think it was Cap Alpha, and we had also some Ruins early fights that were happening. So I'm hoping that those in particular are going to be looked at and fixed by some teams. So we'll see how these teams are deciding to drop on this one. But it's time for Game 2 here of Day 2 for the Africa PMPL Qualifier. And let's see how the action is going to go down here. This playing path already looking pretty good, right above Bootcamp, but I believe, just like yesterday, that my dream of a bootcamp early drop fight is not going to happen. Even though it's so weird, I contradict myself, DK, because I say I don't want early game fights unless it's bootcamp. It's like the exception. So I'll allow it if it's bootcamp. If it's not bootcamp, I don't want it.
Well, bootcamp or potentially by none. Right, those are two interesting positions, and they're also relatively close to each other. But I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to have any teams potentially moving up on towards that bootcamp hill. I think that will all be determined once our normal zone appears and the teams see, oh, okay, cool. They could potentially be teams positioned over in towards bootcamp, as we do see the players there from Team Umbra now starting to make their way on in. But again, we do see a very healthy spread coming in, and who should we talk to about this, Max?
It's a healthy spread. That's all I can tell you, man. It's like Nutella on a piece of bread. It's like it's a good spread. I like it. It's very even. But I'm not liking, unfortunately. Yes. Tell me.
No. You about to say it. I'm not going to say it. You about to say it.
Which one do you think I was going to say? Tell me. Which one?
That round part.
That round part. The circle normal.
The zone. Yeah, it's okay. No. It's not. It's yeah.
It's normal. Why do you say this is not normal? Is this bad? Is this evil? Is this an evil circle?
I don't know.
The reason why I'm okay with this is because typically when I see these circles, they get fixed on phase 2. And the water gets taken out. So I'm not against it. I don't hate it. It's okay. I was going to talk not about the circle, unfortunately. So no, I was not 10,000 IQ and thinking the same thing as you. I would have loved to, but apparently we're not as in sync as we thought. So it's very unfortunate. But I was looking at Aphelion Apex position, and there's a team in Ruins currently. No, now Aphelion Apex typically rotate in this position, in the past at least. I'm scared of something maybe happening between Aphelion Apex and Magic, especially in favor of Aphelion Apex, seeing where the circles go in. They're going to have to move around Ruins. So I'm just hoping Magic, they loot and they move early to make sure no team has the time to set up a little bit of a camp in that situation to stop them from moving away from Ruins. That's the one question mark I have right now. But otherwise, yeah, this circle, teams shouldn't normally struggle an insane amount unless the phase 2, phase 3 keep going towards the water like last game. Then yes, that will be a very bad circle. I'll give you that much, DK.
Yeah, like I mean, like from our perspective, the zone's fine, right? It's fine.
Okay.
Like for the teams, I don't think they are too happy with that. But of course, northern zones bring with it Quite a few interesting plays. Of course, we do see that zone, up towards Tatmok rather, Cow. We got Mong Nai, Paradise is in play, which we also don't see all too often, but we definitely have quite a few teams already positioned within that region. We've got Lag there, we've got the players from Virtual Gaming as well. And then Umbra and of course AKM, just a little bit further down towards that southern side. So things could still go towards the up and up here. We could see some interesting plays through coming in, but I'm definitely hoping that it does kind of rectify itself in the next phase shift, as you said, right?
Yeah.
So everything kind of evens out a little bit more. That's what we're going to be hoping for, at least, well, what I'm going to be hoping for.
Yeah, that's the thing. This circle has potential to worsen over time. Of course, it's all going to depend on the RNG side of things and see how it's going to go. For me, a bad circle on phase 1 on this map is when you have most islands with an even like 33% split. So you would have the northwestern island, the southwestern island, and the mainland over on the east, all in play. And then that's when teams are like, what's the play? What's the commitment? You have a lot of RNG taken into account. It makes it very complicated. It's not impossible to deal with it. I mean, a lot of teams, especially the teams from China, learn to deal with these circle shifts very, very effectively. But, you know, it's always that question mark of where's it going to go? You don't know. It's a bit trickier to set up. But this one, I think teams should be okay. If it doesn't shift towards the water, I'm going to cross my fingers again because I do not want to jinx it. We'll see. Though, we had this... It was not the same teams. I don't believe it was SO who was there last time, but Team Unique dropped in the same location. Maybe thought we should maybe be free this time, but they got hunted away. They're going for the wide rotate over to the west, so making sure they don't lose a player like they did yesterday.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting play coming through from them. I almost didn't spot this on the map because both teams have very similar colors, so Unique almost kind of blended in with the background there for a quick brief moment. But yeah, this could be an interesting approach, definitely coming in from the side of Unique as they are sweeping in behind the players here from Seems Outplayed. I'm not quite sure whether or not Seems Outplayed are pretty sure about, someone coming in behind them. But yeah, hopefully they'll be keeping their eyes open as we do see them now trying to cross over on towards that main island. But we also have a few engagements coming through. That was, of course, all the way down to the far southern side where I think... the players here from the side of Masters have had a few things happen on their side. Fortunately, it was not one of the opposing teams doing that, but also now looking at their current position, they do have quite a bit of ground to cover. And you were talking about Aphelion Apex a little while back, right? But they now find themselves still positioned on that coastline over towards the far western side, but there's no one for the time being in the vicinity. Magicians have meanwhile rotated up right onto the edge of zone, actually coming in right behind the DROGONS.
This is a situation when looking at Aphelion Apex, and most of the time when I see teams move towards Nakam, Same position and moving away from the circle because they initially dropped Dunbang/Ruins split, it means they're going to go for rotation. 99% of the time, that is what it means when I see a team go in this exact location. We're seeing Blessing going on that exact coastline, looking for a boat spawn. Hopefully, they've been lucky enough on the boat spawn where they actually have one. Hopefully, 2. 2 is the best number to go for rotation because you're going to go from the complete opposite side of the map to the other side of the map. So they're going to have to make that rotation happen relatively soon because they're going to be in phase 1 circle, so you want to make sure that you do not suffer too much damage because otherwise, if one team's on the coastal line up north, and there might be a few, so you know how this phase circle 1 went, there's a small little chance that you're going to get shot at, and if you lose that, no chance to heal up in the water. It's going to be tricky. Those Seems Outplayed. It's fine to contain the shots. Not already in a too bad a spot because they've already made the cross happen. The hardest part has been done, so Team Unique don't have a chance to really... Sure, if they get knocked, that's great, but confirming that elimination would be almost mission impossible.
Yeah, but fortunately, both teams are relatively secure within that zone, and both teams have a good amount of hard cover to utilize here. But I'm liking that strategy coming in from Seems Outplayed because they took the initiative to push across over the water, take up that angle in anticipation of any potential team rotating up behind them. And this is what we see now come to fruition is they perched up and just slowly tapping away at Unique. But ideally here, I'd probably prefer Unique maybe to try and rotate down to that trifecta kind of region because that could be an easy crossing for them, unless of course they're going to be waiting around to see whether or not the players here from Seems Outplayed could lose interest and decide to rather relocate a little bit more in towards the zone itself.
Yeah, we are seeing Masters currently committing to their rotation from Bantai, so that should be a pretty efficient one. There's not too many teams towards Lakawi / Camp Bravo, so that should be a very straightforward situation for them to take under control. I'm still not seeing Aphelion Apex go for the rotation. They're going more into Summit itself, so I think they've given up. Maybe they didn't find a boat spawn, which seems very unlikely. They're normally very common towards that position, so I don't know. We'll see what the game plan is and how they're going to play around that at some point in time. Though we're about to go into phase 2, and this is the one where we said it, DK, it could go fine or it could go bad. I mean, really bad if we're not lucky. And I think that our luck in circles in the past 2 days has not been the best. I mean, it's been good for us and the viewers because these have been hilarious to watch, but to play, I think it's a little bit of a different ball game for the players. So they must be sweating bullets right now. And please, not again. Hopefully, this is going to center up towards the likes of maybe Paradise Resort, positions like that. But even then, if it does finish towards Paradise Resort, that's the type of circle where a lot of teams tend to die to blue. So a lot of things that could go wrong, as I said. So we'll see where it's going to center. And you know what? It's not that bad. A lot of water taken out of the equation. The river's not in play. The northwestern island is not in play. The north side of Quarry is not in play. A lot of tricky things that could have gone wrong for some teams already out of the equation. So I'm looking at this. I'm like, you know what? I'll take it. It's a small W of the day.
I'm there with you. All right, like I'm satisfied with where this phase has moved into. But of course, looking at the positions that we have currently coming in for the teams situated already within that zone, I do think this is the point where Blackjack could now look to capitalize on them being so far towards the north. I don't think there's going to be a lot of teams really suspecting anyone to be currently positioned up there towards Mong Nai. And particularly even where we see Zane and MG just holding their angle all the way far north. But I mean, Lag, they also have it quite comfortable. No one really contending with them over in towards Cal, but we do have the players there from Seems Outplayed now starting to venture a little bit more in towards the zone. But where I think the aggression or the engagements rather are going to be coming in from is going to be towards that kind of Bun Paradise Resort region, as we do see a nice big concentration of teams all situated there.
Yeah, I fully agree with your point there. Ban area is where things are going to get tricky, especially for 21st Century, because they're going to have to wrap around ban. You're never going to cross ban unless you're Team Unique and you're playing in Game 2 of yesterday. It might work out. Otherwise, the odds are things are not going to go in your favor. So we'll see how 21st Century can make that rotation happen. I do not know if you saw what happened for Aphelion Apex. I know I'm talking about Aphelion Apex, and we haven't seen them on camera for a long time. I apologize, but they just went to Bantai to look for a boat. And Masters just took the boats from that position, so like they must feel so unlucky with the boat spawns. But no, it got yoinked away, so it's under the control of Masters. I apologize, guys. We'll see how things are going to pan out. But on this,
well, they found
so many good positions available that could be good. Oh, they found you. Oh, yeah. Well, they did.
Yeah. Well, only two. Half the team.
Yeah. Jet ski.
Half the team is moving. The other half. Probably trying to pull off that blue zone heel strat. It is a little bit of an early start to that, and I'm not quite sure they've got the meds to make it all the way through for the remaining minutes we have left on that timer. But, well, only time will tell. But also now, if we're looking towards the zone, we do, however, see the players there from 21st, as well as Recalcitrant, finding themselves a little bit too close for comfort. But, of course, the DROGONS on a nice potential Overwatch angle there as well.
Yeah, it could be pretty insightful to be in that position, get a lot of intel for themselves. So we'll see how that's going to work out. I'm surprised we haven't seen any teams go on that little hilltop, you know, in between Chaos / or in between Tatmok and Paradise Resort, should I say? To be a bit more precise, I would like to see maybe Team Unique move in there. They have yet to really make the rotation happen. They're just right now at this very moment crossing the bridge from the northwestern island over to the mainland on the east. So there's a clear opportunity for them to put himself in that position, but we are also seeing some other teams slowly getting close to that position. We're seeing Faluji and Petrox currently moving in that position himself for VGS. So I think that the strong positions that were not taken over are actually being focused by a few teams that have been there for a long time and actively scouting, which is good to see. But yeah, the circle's about to shift once again, and I don't think there's a lot of really bad circle shift that could happen unless it centers on Paradise Resort, which I have the impression I jinxed it. I haven't seen the circle, but I have the impression I already jinxed it. Hopefully not, but okay, yeah, I did. So there you go. Yeah, great. Love it. Great.
Thanks, Max. Thanks, Max.
Welcome.
But this is now where that position is going to come in handy. The one that we're talking about between Tatmok And of course, Paradise Resort, that little hilltop. But speaking about hilltops, we do now also see the players here from Esports and the Recalcitrant fighting it out to try and get up into zone, but also the DROGONS players there from Magic as well as your killer is. So several points of contention now coming out as teams are getting ready to reposition back into this next zone.
Reposition is going to be very important, as you just mentioned. We'll see how they can try and get those positions. Team Unique are gunning exactly for the overall area I mentioned, which makes me very happy. But here we go. This is a fight happening between DROGONS and Magic. A bit of back and forth. DROGONS have a lot of sneaky off angles, so if Magic try and make the cross from one building over to where Easy currently stands, Superior should have the superior angle. So Magic's got to be very, very aware of their surroundings, and they have two other players on the other side. Are going to be granting that information. Superior takes a little bit of tick damage. He got spotted away. So Magic are now in a little bit of a safer position because Superior does not have much control, as you might expect. Sands instantly knocked away. And now they have a man advantage. I want to see an aggressive push from Magic happen at some point because they've been a very passive team so far, right, DK? I want to see a big fight going their way and them looking dominant.
Yeah, I was about to say the DROGONS have a really good coverage looking at how they are spread out on this hilltop, but I mean, Magic, they're just trying to one-up them, just continuously pushing up, picking away at the DROGONS. You can see Superior now quickly having to try and just mend that health bar, but oh, up comes the rush. As we do see Thief now coming in with a fantastic hit, Matrix rather, with a quick response, but up comes the third party hits. 21st coming in with a beautiful sweep on that northern side, and they're now looking to gatekeep Magic and the DROGONS.
I mean, nothing's really stopping 21st Century. Recalcitrant, you mentioned it earlier, right, DK, that they were the main threat, and that might be a fight that would happen later on between 21st Century and Recalcitrant. It didn't happen, though. Easy going to get pushed up, tries to peek outside of the door. Trey goes wide. Easy goes through the window. He could be almost underneath the building if he wants. Nice little drop shot. He's only getting one, not able to get the 1v2 trade. Drogon now with Matrix. There you go. You want to see it. You want to use that under section of the building, which Matrix also tried to get a bit of damage done. Did get some damage done actually on one side, but the Blue Zone is now going to engulf them in their grasp. Decides to push it. Feet on the other side, trying to stop Matrix. We still makes it inside the building. Can he win the trade-off? He does. He only has four more bandages, so he's got to be careful with his health. He's on limited supply right now, DK, so he needs to win this fight quickly and swiftly.
Yeah, and of course, up comes the last remaining play for the side of Magic. Oh! Wow! Matrix swallowed the wrong pull coming into today. I'm not quite sure whether or not he took the blue or the red pull, but that was just... I think he took the red one instead of the blue one, because the blue one would have helped him with the blue zone. But what a play that was for Magic. I mean, that hit that we saw just then come in from Tease, that was the finishing blow into the side there of Matrix. And I mean, that was just absolutely fantastic for them. A great opportunistic play. But unfortunately, we do see the players there for Magic now starting to dwindle, as well as they are now down to, I believe, their last remaining hopeful, which is going to be Tease. But 21st also still holding up their kind of gatekeep position. They're not going to be letting that opportunity go by just yet.
I don't know why. The first time I saw Tease, I think I called him Feet. I don't know why. I inversed the letters. I was like, Feet. I was like, no, that's probably wrong. And it is. I was wrong indeed, so don't have it. The circle, though, did move drastically to Northwest Paradise Resort. A few teams already in really strong positions. I'm looking at, especially Team Unique, in a very, very strong compound, which I do heavily appreciate. SO also in a very similar spot. So now teams need to be careful of Paradise Resort, and especially the areas around Paradise Resort. This is a circle where a lot of teams tend to go down because of the blue zone, so you've got to keep that in mind and how you move. Fight's happening. I guess Tom tried to go for the push. 3 players instantly swiped away from the leaderboard. Only Banana remains, and he's making things work out. He's ripe. He's ready to go for the fight. 1v2 still available. A pre-fight with the UMP 2015 bullets now going to be available. Doesn't quite get the knock, but that's fine. You want to stop that rest from happening. Gets to the tree. Does get another one. If you can get the first aid, that would be perfect. That could be the clutch comeback from Recalcitrant, taking that fight onto AKM.
Well, I mean, this is just nail-biting stuff, but up comes Banana looking to close it up. He wants to get that squad wipe in on AKM. I mean, so far, Banana just holding up absolutely fantastically, but up comes the rush. Oh!
Yeah, that's a tough one. You probably don't want to peek on that position because you do not know what is happening west of this building. A little bit of a tougher one. Your killer is still having himself 2 players in this game, so they're going to maybe try and get a sneaky push upon the players of AKM. AKM may be able to get back as a 4-man, which I think is possible, but this blue zone is starting to tickle a little bit too much. Luckily enough, you're not phase 5. Phase 5 when you can't really res in the blue anymore, but phase 4 can make it happen. But Rio, unfortunately, it is too late for you, my friend. He's going to be the first to go down for AKM.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really valiant effort coming through, but, you know, unfortunately, it is going to be the way it is for now. Still 13 teams remaining, moving up into this 5th phase. As you can see, the blue zone now trying to close up this 4th. And, I mean, there's definitely not a lot of space left, but I do think once the zone pops, we're going to know exactly where everyone could be going. And fortunately, it moves away from Paradise, because I do think that Paradise position would have been absolutely insane to play. With that, of course, Masters are going to be sent on back. And now we do see players there from Seems, Outplayed, and Unique actually finding themselves beautifully set up. Well, the carnage now continues just on Paradise Resort.
Just a little update onto Aphelion Apex. Kage currently has 19 first aid kits. And teams have started to go down. I believe that in the next 1 to 2 minutes, a lot of teams, potentially even half of the teams, are going to be eliminated, because this circle shift is a drastic one. Most coverage has been taken away, except for the side of SO Team Unique and even maybe Blackjack Esports. So we'll see how the team going to push in. That could be a super, super worth it early heal off for the team of Aphelion Apex. We'll see. As now AKM finally able to push out. As you said, lost 1 player earlier, so down to a 3-man. You're going to have to try and cross, make it next to the road, while teams like VGS and 21st Century are slowly but surely pushing out of Paradise Resort. Things are about to get real spicy here, DK.
Yeah, definitely is. And of course, we do see the players there from Blackjack now feeling quite a bit of pressure come in, as Lag are looking to push in from that northeastern side. But the fighting also continuing over in towards Paradise. We can hear the shots onto Blackjack off in the distance as Lag now look to descend down upon them. But of course, look at the positions. Umbra all the way down south, up into Russia's Virtual Gaming trying to close it out. AKM now getting caught out in the rotation. Beautiful shooting coming through there. As Farluji steps on up, will he be able to close it in though? We do see Yafoz position up in the blue. This blue zone, ooh, is so devastating, but what a beautiful opportunistic play that was. I mean, you gotta look both ways before hiding behind a rock.
Yeah, exactly. Gave it a fair try. El Chapo also committing to a heal off. So a lot of teams going for the heal off strat this time around. Shot's got to be careful. Hide behind for VGS. They've been in the era of Paradise Resort for the longest time, DK. So that means in terms of meds, utility, everything that they need, they should be pretty damn set up. Look at that tier 3 helmet, tier 3 vest, taking 0 damage so far and still with 8 first aid kits. So if they don't want to move, they don't really have to. They can try and survive a little bit longer. Wait for teams to move in before making their play happen. Blackjack there, as you said, under pressure from the side of Lag, but also the third party's happening. They're going to be struck hard by Team Unique. So Zane, final player still alive for the team, is going to have a real rough time to make it worth their time.
Yeah, and of course, now with the addition of Lag coming in right behind him, it is going to be pressure, pressure, pressure. Team Somalia now getting sent away, not being able to hold on to that position. And the blue zone, of course, is going to be dealing some it goes up until Umbra trying to push on through Unique. Trying to lay down the fire, still holding on to a full squad, as you can see them situated up on that southern side. Beautiful trade heading in both directions. Aphelion Apex Kage.
Yes.
He's taken down by the big bad blue, but look at Morteza.
You can't heal off. You've got to go for the push, mate, or otherwise it might just be the M4 Umbra. That is indeed going to be GG. Eliminated in 6th place. 5 teams now still remain. Aphelion Apex, they went out. Could still VGS. Zeus coming in from the backside. Had 8 first aid kits, as we saw from earlier. And might be able to get a sneaky backstab onto the likes of Team Lag and even maybe Blackjack Esports. It seems outplayed. That was the early rotation away from the northwestern island of Hattin. And now they've just got most control, but unfortunately, teams are pushing from multiple directions. They don't have full defense, full coverage. And that might be the reasons why we see teams outplayed. Unfortunately, just shy of that first place.
I mean, looking at the current spread, the players here from Seems Outplayed just still have a really good position. I mean, we do have Unique just holding on to that southern end, but Zane just narrowly making it up into zone himself, looking to push on forward. We got Scope cooking up a few nades, thus finding a good amount of damage right up in towards him. Could this next one be the closing one to end it for Blackjack? Up it comes. Oh,
yeah.
Down he goes, down to 3 we are, and of course it is going to be a 4v2v1 in favor of the players coming in here from Teams Outplayed, but up comes the shots, the knocks continue to fly. Fantasy are trying to creep on in, but down he goes.
The two teams that dropped hat in are still alive and will remain fighting for that first place. Scope going to try and get Phantom back up, but on the other side, they're doing the exact same. 4v2 happening in favor of Teams Outplayed. This push is not going to be an easy one. You've got to be careful where you approach it. The circle is in favor of Team Unique. If they still have nades, these nades could be so valuable, but Teams Outplayed are just throwing them with very minimal information. The shots have been taken. The molly connects. It's going to stop them from peeking on the left side, and they get absolutely wrecked into oblivion as Teams Outplayed secure himself game number 2 on Sanhok.
Wow, that was hot. I mean, we wanted to see the players there from Teams Outplayed start utilizing the grenades, and that is what they did right on that final bit of a push. Ideally, had they used it a little bit sooner, I think that the match could have been done even faster, but either way, the chicken is theirs. They locked it in, they sealed, signed, delivered it, and of course, that is going to be 6 elims right there for them, and an absolutely fantastic way to close off Sanhok. I mean, Sanhok definitely an improvement on what we had yesterday.
Yeah, definitely a very, very clear improvements. We see some teams go for some super smart rotation. We saw rotation happening, which makes me really, really happy to see. Aphelion Apex, yeah, no, don't heal off like that. Like they got which position did they go out? Let me check. They went out in 8th. With the amount of stage they had, if they just tried to get into phase 4 and started healing off after hitting phase 4, they could have literally got a second place. They would have been able to outlive Team Unique in that fight to get a second place. So I think the heal off was a little bit too early. To my taste, at least. We'll see if they can try and fix and work on that for the next time they want to do a heal off strat. But yeah, second place, Team Unique. The two teams that dropped hat in had access to the best position this circle had to offer towards the side of Paradise Resort, and they held on to it. Teams Outplayed at a high ground, while the compound is just west of Paradise Resort was under control of Team Unique. So there's no big surprise. Those compounds, those positions are strong for a reason. They made use of it. They zoned teams away, made sure they can hold on to the man advantage until the very, very end. Simple yet effective. You love to see it.
Yeah, definitely a lot of the northern teams, well, the teams rather rotating up on towards that far northern side, just beautifully capitalizing on those angles. And as you rightly so pointed out, we did see some great success coming in there from Teams Outplayed and the players there from Unique. But some interesting plays we did see across the rest of the board as well. I mean, quite a bit of congestion coming in over on towards that southeastern side as the teams continue to try and move up. But that is somewhat reflected on this overall leaderboard that we see, or rather the match rankings, as we can see the players there from AKM taking that 7th place, coming in with 6 elims, and also the players there from Virtual Gaming finishing up with 5 to their name, alongside Team Unique and Teams Outplayed also sitting on 6 apiece.
Yeah, these are very Sanhoki numbers we're seeing right here, DK, where you got... There's no teams like very, very top-heavy when it comes to elimination. Sure, you have Teams Outplayed and Team Unique with 6, but it doesn't trickle down that much. You got 6, 6, 2, 3, 5, 4, 6, 2. So it's literally anyone's game when it comes to the elimination point system in this Sanhok map. Though, 21st Century was an interesting one. They were having that potential back and forth was Recalcitrant. Recalcitrant left, and they used all of that extra breathing space to zone teams away. I think it was Magic and another team that was happening. So I did like that third party, but unfortunately crossing that road was what was really the downfall for 21st Century. Nice try, but was a little bit tough until the very, very end. Now heading on over to the second page to see teams which did struggle a little bit. And yeah, DROGONS, it was close. It was so close. It was so close to greatness on that fight versus Magic. They got himself 3 of the eliminations in total, but at the very end, Matrix was not able to withstand the wrath of Magic, and the Blue Zone got the final tick. So unfortunate, but we are seeing some clear improvements from DROGONS when it comes to taking these fights, which and especially the positions you mentioned earlier, right, DK, was how they were positioned in that fight did make me a little bit happy.
Yeah. So definitely across the board, we do see quite a lot of improvements coming through. But you know, there's still some avenues that teams can explore going through the rest of the matches here for today to continue to make those improvements. And alongside doing that, we could also then see them just move even further up the overall standing. So yeah, I mean, so far pretty satisfied with what the teams have been bringing to the table. But we'll see what they do as we go through the remainder of the day.
Yeah. It's going to be great to see how our next 3 games are going to go. We've got 2 more Erangels and 1 Miramar that are still ready to go. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this break. And here we are after this game, DK. We are officially at the 50% mark of the entirety of this PMPL Africa Qualifier for the 2022 spring season. And that's where things, are going to be a little bit more settled down in the over rankings. A little bit harder for you to start to initiate a push up in the rankings if you did not have the best start. But it's not impossible. Once again, you have top 10 teams that can make it out of the 24 into the actual PMPL Africa itself. So for the teams at the bottom, now more than ever, we need to see a comeback happen and go down. Otherwise, DK, we might see a point gap that's going to be a little bit too hard to actually close for these guys.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. I do think, particularly after today, it is going to be an almost impossible task to try and accomplish that. I mean, picking up a very consistent chicken dinner in the final day, it's not unheard of, but not very likely. So today is the kind of last opportunity for teams that are not too satisfied with their current positioning on the leaderboard to try and improve that even more so. And fortunately, we are going to be hopping right over on towards Erangel to see what the teams are going to be doing in our second Erangel of the day. Now, yesterday, the second Erangel was a really exciting one as well. So I'm quite hopeful to see even more of that continue now as we get ready to head on over to the plane.
I think right now what we want for Erangel is just normal circles. We had our fill. We had like a 50-50 water / mainland finish here on the beach next to a ferry pier last game of Erangel. We had a finish that was actually happening on the island right next to Rozhok. We had a finish right up north of Quarry. So we'd had our fair share of things I think teams would like to avoid, like the plague. But this time, just a nice little circle. I don't know. So it was maybe, maybe a Pachinki finish or something around Pachinki. Not Pachinki itself, because I think teams want to avoid that, but around Pachinki area would be pretty enjoyable. So maybe we would like to see that happen. But the game is just about to go underway, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to get ready. And DK, as I said, as you mentioned it yourself also, this is one of the last times we're going to see some teams able to make some significant progress to leave the bottom side of the ranking. So this game is going to be extremely important for a lot of the teams as we jump right into game number 3.
Yeah, and of course, now we're just going to be waiting to see what that flight path is bringing to the table. And I mean, yeah, it's going to be do or die play here. The teams will have to work really, really, really hard to try and continue to push their way on through. But of course, looking at the flight path, it is a little bit more over towards that southwestern side. So definitely a little bit of a change up in comparison to what we had coming in on the first Erangel of the day. But again, a fair trade-off here. Now it kind of turns the tables the other way. Teams that had to try and adapt a little bit more in the first one now have the opportunity to go out, kind of spread their legs, just get themselves a little bit more comfortable, or rather spread their wings as they now get ready to, fly into those drop locations.
Yeah, at least now next level on Exodus, they're like, finally we can get access to Sanhok Island. No need to die on the Eastern Bridge. We're good. We have a good chance of making it work out. Look at that. So Exodus is going to get a little bit more over to the western side, while military base itself is going to be for next level. So all good in the hood for them, at least. We'll see if that's going to be the case for the remnants of the teams in this lobby. Most of the teams going to be dropping late is going to be your usual George Bolt teams, Zero Tolerance team. We'll see, depending on the circle. Once again, I want to see more usage of Cube for them instead of just abandoning it, just leaving it alone for a lot. I tried to say abandoning it. Oh my god, I can't speak. What's going on? Abandoning it. Was that good?
There we go. Yes.
There you go.
Third time's the charm.
Great.
Third time's the charm.
Yeah. That's what it's on about. But also, third time. No, actually, I was going to say third time's a charm for the circle, but no, it's not. I mean, it is technically our third circle of the day, so I'll take it. Here we go. Phase 1 circle, pretty damn central. Nice to see. No tricky things for these teams to play around, so I'll take it. This is another W. I'm happy with this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also pretty sure the teams are quite satisfied with that. We can't always have the kind of phases that we'd like to see. Sometimes the teams also just need something to have a little bit of a breather, and I do think that this kind of zone is that opportunity for them to come in with a more cool, calm, collected approach, rotating into that potential second phase. But we do see a few teams already dropping relatively close together, not exactly a hot dropping, but a little bit close. Of course, the players here from AKM now having the players from the Masters Esports just towards the north, and just on the opposite end of the hill, we do see the players there from Seems Outplayed as well. So aside from that, it is a really good drop coming in. I mean, the teams respecting the space, everyone going into their own separate loot locations. And again, as you were talking about in the first game, is we're not really seeing those hot drops come through.
Which is a good thing. I could literally never complain about no hot drops, except if it's boot camp. As I said, I love myself some boot camp early action, but I'm pretty sure there's no boot camp on Erangel, so we should be safe in that regard. Hopefully, we'll see how the next Sanhok tomorrow is going to go down. That could be an interesting prospect. Otherwise, yeah, there's literally, it's rare to say, but we've already broken down most of the team drop locations, how thing normally works out in the early game. This game in particular, there's almost nothing to talk about. You could almost mention about, you know, Exodus, next level, VGS, how are they going to try and make that cross happen? Because Western Bridge is gatekept by Team Unique, and the Eastern Bridge is defended by what could be Team Lag, but then Farm, so it shows there's very little interest to actually defend the Eastern Bridge. So even those crosses should be very, very easy to pull off, unless a team on Sanhok Island itself decide to later on gatekeep another team, because next level, Exodus are aware of one another's surroundings, so if they try and move on the Western Bridge, maybe they want to try and set up their own bridge camp. Other than that, DK, this is pretty typical. Nothing changed, and teams are playing their typical early game of Erangel here.
Yeah, we even see the players from the Masters now looking to venture a little bit up in towards Yasnaya. They are, of course, looking to pay a little bit of a visit potentially onto the players there from Your Killer is. So we could have a bit of an engagement pulling out, looking at where the players are currently moving into. We can see Ban, of course, just positioned down below, caught out in the open ever so slightly. We do see Sid and Ice now just trying to get a good lay of this position. Ooh, look at that nade. Nice. That's what you want to see. A really well-placed nade coming in from Sid. I mean, it looked so effortless. And now already Ban is starting to wonder, like, was this the best decision to make?
So Masters decide to rotate late into a compound that we know, well, no, it's not a compound, it's a city, but we know as a fact that this is held down by a team. And they're not even looted up, ready for the fight. I'm not sure what the thought process was behind a play like that, because they are definitely not ready to stay that engaged. Look at all their loot. They only got tier 1 vest, tier 1 helmet, even if they have a helmet or a vest in the first place. So at least you're going to get a little bit of loot. But in particular, if you want to drop in a location like this in Yasnaya late, you want to go northern side and scout from those positions while moving in. So, you know what? We'll see. But there is... actually, Sid was knocked away. Not sure how that really worked out, but he's going to get rezzed up, luckily enough. So he did get shot through the window, apparently, but... I'm looking at Ban in particular.
Yeah.
Get close to your team. Cross the road. This is not worth staying in this location so close to your enemies.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. They would much rather just get in a vehicle and reposition. There's a lot of open angles still to be taking. But what's also quite interesting now is we did see the players there from Exodus actually venturing off of that southern island, moving towards Unique. We see those hits now coming through in the kill feed. But of course, the players here now from the Masters actually gaining control of Yasnaya. That is an interesting decision being made there by Your Killer is. Not quite sure if they're trying to potentially bait them out and maybe look to see if they can draw them a little bit closer. But yeah, that is definitely an wow.
So you're telling me that Exodus, not only can they not rotate inside Sanhok Island, they can't leave it. It's like their curse almost. They get close to a bridge, they instantly die. They just get smited by Zuth instantly. Okay, well, see you later, Exodus. I guess they wanted a little bit of a break. You know, I can understand. It's a long day. You know, maybe they had a 9 to 5 before. They're like, you know what, we want to chill. My mum made me some cookies. Now I want to go eat them. So let's just try and cross. And if it doesn't work out, it's cookie time. We'll see.
And that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Or gets eaten. But yeah, I agree. True.
Yeah. But of course, speaking about Ethan, we do see the bridge now getting devoured by the players here from Virtual Gaming as they now make their rotation over on the eastern side. But it's going to be quite an easy rotation for them because there's no one really there to hold that rotation whatsoever. I mean, Lag already starting to disengage. They've already started their rotation, heading further and further in towards that zone, pulling up relatively close to that Potato Hill kind of side. The northern edge there of Farm, of course, we do see Fantasy, the last one for Lag, now to come moving on in. But this is definitely a kind of a weird game, I gotta say, though. I mean, Exodus rotating up, getting taken down nearly instantly. The Masters pushing into Yasnaya. Your Killer is rotating out as they do that. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to make of this.
Look at next level right now, moving right on the same bridge where Exodus got eliminated pure seconds ago. We'll see if that's going to pop up in the elimination feed soon enough, but Team Unique are just looking at these fights and like, well, I mean, 3 eliminations, and they literally lost no players, so, I mean, take it. That's a great win you can take at the very, very start of the game. You can see things have indeed slowed down, though we are seeing some teams trying to get themselves in good scouting positions. That's the case for VGS, that's the case especially for teams Outplayed, which are also getting themselves in a decent scouting position inside of school to make sure that no team has an easy time breaching their location. So, other than that, for the teams that are in the circle, except for the ones you mentioned about Masters pushing upon Your Killer Is, things are pretty by the book. But I especially want to go over to that bridge over the western bridge of Sanhok to mainland, because that is where things could get relatively dicey very soon.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. I mean, Unique playing this one relatively well for the time being. We do see Phantom now just trying to rotate up from out of that blue zone, while the rest of his team is currently positioned up on the bridge. And we do see now Phantom actually coming in with a few cheeky hits there, picking up 2 knocks on towards next level. So that is a really good call coming in from them. But of course, looking at where that phase is now shifted, it is moving even further on towards that eastern side, actually centering up beautifully on towards the players there of Lag as well as RTG. So they've been zone blessed, but now look at this next level, down to 22 remaining hopefuls, and of course the players here from Unique, they just rolling and just pushing forward on adrenaline.
Yeah, that's going to be the game plan. Most teams that are on the west, they're going to have to move a little bit. Otherwise, if you were playing east/center, you're not going to have to make too many major shifts and changes. You're pretty much already set for phase 2 into phase 3 transition, so you should be completely good to go. I'm enjoying where AKM currently are standing. They're trying to go for that little plateau down south of the Yasnai field position, which I think is a good one. Alamo also focused by VGS. So most central pivotal positions that we would know DK in these games, in these type of circles, have already been taken. So now for the teams that are moving in late, there are a few options which are still valid. I'm looking at Potato Hill, I'm looking at North Farm, I'm looking at the side of Shelter/Prison. Even the areas around Mansion are still viable. Otherwise, you're going to have to maybe play a little bit edge, play passive until the next circle to see how you could still go for a good spot.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to try and make this whole situation work. But we do see the players here from Your Killer Is now just moving away from Yasnaya. They were looking like they were potentially looking to wrap around on towards that eastern side. Of course, the players here currently from RTG positioned over towards relatively close to Alamo. We did see the players there from the side of Virtual Gaming actually coming in with a few hits in their direction. They were, of course, able to bounce back entirely from that. AKM now also trying to find a decent position to pull in. We can see Lag just positioned down towards that southern side, holding on to the compound and leaving AKM a little bit in a near kind of limbo position. Not quite sure where they're going to be rotating up to here. I think they are just waiting to see where this next phase is going to be moving into. So for the time being, nothing too bad about that position. Of course, the players here from Virtual Gaming could now get challenged, as we do see the team from Grind Gaming actually to advance a little bit further forward.
Yeah, AKM, the spot that they went a little bit further down south. It's one of my favorite positions in these circles. It's just so good. You're surrounded by roads. It's got some really good defenses. If you are spread enough, and you can see on your map right now, this is not big of enough of a spread from AKM. They're getting very small amount of information knowing what position they currently hold. So look at that. They just have 2 players from the side of next level that just zoom through. If they had a better split, that could have been an elimination or 2, at least some damage dealt. Luckily enough, they do get spotted away by VGS. At least someone's going to get that free elimination. And that's it. That's Ala taken out instantly. And they still got Gaddafi alive and ready to move. And could make it to the western side of Alamo. So there's still an option for next level to make somewhat of an impact. But I believe Gaddafi is the final player alive for next level. So it's going to still be a little bit of a tough nut to crack for them.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit more of a change in approach coming through here for next level. And it's unfortunate to see already 3 of their players getting sent on back. But Gaddafi now having quite the challenge up ahead, as the players here from Virtual Gaming are actually just looking to capitalize on their position in and around that Alamo angle. But of course, if we look up a little bit further towards the north, we do see the players here from Zero Tolerance, and Your Killer Is now just also trying to huddle up on the edge of zone as it pops up once again. So that was actually a good call coming in there from Vortex, setting up that anchor point already, potentially within the next phase. And now the rest of the team can just kind of rotate up at their leisure. And they know that because they've already scouted out, that they do have a relatively comfortable rotational path to get into.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. Yeah, talking about comfortable rotation path from some of these teams, a very comfortable position that's been held on by a team is actually for Rays. They got a 2-2 split. For them, they've got 2 players looking to the western side of Potato Hill and 2 more players looking to the eastern side of Potato Hill to maybe prepare for where the next phase is going to go. So they're trying to set themselves up for success, which is something I have the impression, DK, they were not really doing day one. So in my mind, I'm looking at this as like they're actively trying to improve on that aspect of their gameplay, which I'm like, yeah, keep it up, boys. Even if it does not work out, I can see you guys trying. And for that alone, that shows to me that this team has potential instead of teams staying stuck in their way. So good job from Rays. We'll see if they can try and make full usage of the information they're going to gather from that position, as they might be able to actually spot out Team Unique that are now slowly but surely moving from the northwestern side of Farm closer and closer to the center circle. North Farm is a good little bit of an overview, high ground spot to get information on where teams could be in a center, like SYR, Lag, Zero Tolerance Skill, or even AKM. So Unique, if they get a lot of information and if they have a decent circle next shift, that information could be key to them finding one of the best positions in the next phase.
Yeah, it could be absolutely essential for them. But for the time being, I mean, talking about the positions, we do see the players there from Grind Gaming also now just looking to pick up a decent position to have. I mean, AKM still on that hill, not really moving up just yet, but it does seem to be paying off for the time being. But ideally, they would like to see a little bit more of a spread coming out, just so that they too are able to gather more information. Because if a team like we saw now with Next Level just comes rotating past, they are not quick enough to react to those rotations coming through, and they lose out on the opportunity to pick up a few of those elimination points. But you know, this next positioning that could come through with the zone shift, I see a few good compounds already being occupied, so it is going to be a relatively tricky rotation to find a decent position if you don't have one already.
Most strong positions here are already taken over, so it is going to be tough if you are a late rotating team. I'm looking at Rays here. If the circle moves away from them pretty drastically, it might be tricky because the Young Stars have this building, this compound, which is so strong on the northeastern side of Potato Hill. So it's going to be a tough one to breach if that's the idea, at least, that Rays are going to try and go for. We're about to shift very soon, going into phase 4. And this is the one where things are starting to get a little bit more tricky for the teams on the outskirts, because as you said, DK, most strong positions are already controlled. So we're going to have to start seeing a few breaches. And in a circle like this, the numbers of strong positions have been cut down by, I would even say, more than half. The building, the area where AKM are is absolutely awesome. SYR's position also is great. Where Zero Tolerance Skill currently stand is huge. So that's it. Those are positions of main focus. Breaches should be happening left, right, and center in the very near future. Petrox gets close, but unfortunately he was trying to go for the res, and Ban, there's no way in hell you make it out away from this fight, so see you later as his teammate, Bamboo, takes a little bit of damage there, his car's fuming, he knows he has to jump out, and he will try and make a run for it over to the building.
Oh, yeah, that is a really difficult position to find yourself in, and they're, of course, still trying to find their way back into this next zone. Virtual Gaming now going to be looking to disengage, deciding that it's not going to be worth the effort to try and, you know, find out in a little bit of a tricky angle, as we do know it opens up several opportunities for the team position in the surrounding area. But another position I'm actually quite interested in seeing how it's kind of played is where Rays now find themselves. Still Potato Hill, partially in zone, so it could be a position that we could see them capitalizing on. But of course, if we look onto the map that we can see there, RTG also not really committing to any rotations as of yet. So if they take a little bit too long, there's definitely not going to be much space for them to make use of.
Yeah, I think that for Rays, at least the game plan is maybe not to go for a breach onto a breach on SYR, is just to remain on the high ground, because literally no team, unless they breach their location, could have a high ground position than what Rays currently have. So I would just maybe just hug the edge and until you get pushed towards SYR, and then you go for a breach. I would just say hold on to it. You never know, the circle could come your way, and then if you have the high ground, you should win those fights pretty damn easily. VGS though, Virtual Gaming, finally on the move, going to try and regroup into the circle. Well, not the team's already in a decent position. Petrox is going to try and join them, but AKM have a better position this time than EK apparently, as they're just raining absolute hell upon Virtual Gaming, and it's going to be hard for them to fight back, with 2 players knocked. Could get Zeus potentially back up and rezzed by shots, but other than that, it's going to be one hell of a hard fight for them to take. If they win it, that would be one game for the books.
Yeah, but I'm really happy to see the players here from AKM just starting to spread themselves out a little bit more, coming in with that 2-2 split for the time being. Now looking to condense it as they can feel the pressure, the presence of the surrounding teams looking to move on through. Zeus now potentially getting more blood as we can see those utilities getting flung in his direction. But the pressure is going to be on. I mean, Virtual Gaming just looking to play those ridge lines, but we see so many hits now continuing to come in. AKM finding yet another shot towards them. And one shot now, just requiring, well, 1 or 2 shots to find his way back into the lobby. Zeus is still going to be hugging the edge of that tree. But, I mean, if this nade kind of finds its place, oh, it's coming super close.
Oh, okay, that scared me a little bit. That was a little bit of a spooky jump scare. Was this Five Nights at Freddy's? Not too sure, but Zeus definitely did not enjoy that one. It's RTG, man. They're just zooming in the background up northeast, trying to get maybe a lucky position. What they lack right now is information. They're not sure where teams stand, but Rio gets the knock onto Zeus finally. Virtual Gaming on down 2-1, and he's going to try and go for the hug around the east. Maybe avoid a detection of AKM. They know there's still more players. They know they only got knocks, and actually it's going to be Grind to spot out Petrox. So, yeah, this seems like it's the beginning of the end for Virtual Gaming.
Oh, but look at that shift now, moving all the way over towards the eastern side. AKM finding themselves in a prime position once again. Grind right here alongside them could be bringing quite a bit of pressure with that position, but Lag also holding on towards the edge. But I like that position that we see the team from Unique actually in. They were coming in from the south, contending against the players there from MZR, but squeezing themselves in towards that current western side, just ahead of the players there from SYR, the Super Young Stars. But now, this is where Raze finds themselves in a slight bit of a predicament, right? They got to try and rotate off of that potato hill. Meanwhile, this eastern side is just so heavily congested with so many teams and players currently positioned here.
The one thing that scares me right now is when we're looking at AKM, a lot of their focus is on the outside of the circle. If a team such as maybe Team Lag, maybe MZR, and maybe even Masters or SYR, even Unique potentially, if they decide to breach that position, AKM are going to be caught with their pants down. They're not going to be ready to go for an engagement themselves, though. They just need to be aware that that position is going to be contested, and teams are not going to let that one slip through their hands. Through their fingers, should I say. The hands, it would hurt a little bit, I guess. Now Outplayed. Here you go, seems Outplayed. Finally good for their own respective breach. A little bit split, going in 1 by 1 on their side, so you've got to be careful they don't get spotted away. Masters still have one play onto the side, while Raze also want to get involved in that engage, and that's the thing, they go for the commit, and they do not clear their backs, and by doing so, now that's going to be clearing an all-out war between Seems Outplayed and Raze, as Impulse will be there to back up, avoiding his teammate from actually getting flushed out of the lobby. Infinity, well, sorry, Ray, should I say, once again, are still there, standing strong, and Ghost trying to maybe give some backup to the team on the other angle. But this is still going to be one tough one because they are just barely inside the circle. So after this circle shift, you know as a fact you're going to have to move once more.
Oh, but look at this. Somali now trying all these angles to pick up a potential idea as to where the players could be, but the pressure is going to be on. Up comes Seems Outplayed, almost finishing it up. Ooh, what is going on here? Raze now trying their utmost, but unfortunately they get sent back as Seems Outplays get a little bit of a helping hand with those third-party shots coming in, but essentially it is going to be a squad wipe. But here we are now, down to our final 9 teams. Quite a bit of a fight breaking out on towards the north. This western side is going to be quite challenging, but Lashin rather, standing out in the open, taking that spray down on towards the players here from Seems Outplayed. A little bit of a ballsy move, but fortunately it worked out.
Man, this circle, you know the next shift is going to be tough unless it ends on the road. If it ends on the road, it's going to be even worse. Because all of these high ground advantage the team have is going to be lost in at the drop of a hat. We're going to see where it's going to go. It does go towards the roadside, but the buildings, the compound of Lag is still in play right now, DK. Though, Grind could try and go for sneaky backstab because I'm pretty sure that 90% of the focus of Lag is more towards the center of the circle, seeing where teams are going to push and keep them at bay. But Grind here, if they do go for the push onto the eastern side, it would be a sneaky 2v2, then taking another 2v2. Grind has a chance to play absolute spoilers in this finishing moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is also an absolutely fantastic position for Lag. Now, we just saw those heads flying up on towards AKM. AKM position all the way on the northern side. So the players here from Lag having some fantastic reach. for a big portion of the zone. Of course, the players here from Super Young roster, Super Young Stars are going to be trying to make a potential rotation coming in from that western side. But we do see we got the Masters there alongside them, as well as the players from Seams, Outplayed, Zero Tolerance, Unique. It is going to be pretty hairy to squeeze into this next phase.
Yeah, Masters were down to 1. We knew it was not going to go that far, unfortunately. And that's it for them. 8th place, 17 still. Standing strong, trying their best to make their way into the circle, but they know this is going to be rough as can be. Yeah, AKM pushing it. They have very little positions to control here, and teams already set up. And they're just trying to maybe get one player to survive. That would be a huge win for them, but they are spotted away. They can't explode. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that's it for the side of AKM as they get swiped off the surface of the earth. 7th place for them, 16 still up and gunning, but now it's going to be the push of SYR in the third quarter west. They are going to have another tough fight coming their way.
Well, this is just third party upon third party rolling on in. SYR coming in with a fantastic play, but also having quite a devastating play getting dealt their way. Lag also now getting knocked on down as we do see Hypnos from the side there of Grind just sneaking in that cheeky shot coming in from that eastern side. But Zero Tolerance, of course, positioned on the northern edge of the road. Plays here from Super Young Stars over on towards the western side. It is going to be a very exposed play, so I'd be very wary of the players there from Seams, Outplayed, positioned up on the high ground right behind them. But Lag still having a controlling position, utilizing those compounds all the way through. Zero Tolerance, bringing in the mobile hardcover, but will it be a good spot to be holding once this next shift comes in? Seems Outplayed now trying to advance himself forward, but Lag experiencing some lag as their players are getting hit. Of course, Unique also now having those hits come through is because he's Slight getting knocked right on down. Phantom, the last one up for the team.
We've seen Lag pushing out their building, trying to create a little bit more free real estate for themselves. Unique are going to be spotted out and instantly taken out of the lobby. That's going to be a 6th place. Finally down to top 5 teams here, DK. Things are going to start heating up even more by the second. But seems Outplayed now. They're in a pretty happy situation. They're going to have to move forward a little bit. Luckily enough, there's still a few trees in front of them, so they could make it work out. But Hypnos, amazing grenade. Plus gets the second knock onto Hates. He could pick up a 1v3 right now. Onto Zero Tolerance skills. They are not tolerating the plays of Hypnos, that's for sure. What's even lashing in a distance, but there you go. From a distance, it's going to be Seams Outplayed, picking up the kill, and that's it for them as Grind eliminated in 5th.
Oh, and now they have a good position in the zone. Not a lot of cover really to make much use of, but it is a controlling position nonetheless. Back having the table turned on them as they need to try and get back into safety. Of course, the players here from Super Young Stars down to only 1. It is going to be Lashin trying to hold on the back end of that loot crate. Look at the Zero Tolerance. Also going to be trying to make their way on in, just huddling up behind the vehicles. It's not going to be an easy, clear rotation on through, but of course, Lag finding themselves in a very similar position. I mean, this is where Seams Outplay could just be looking to capitalize on their angle.
I saw that nade. Oh, it just barely go above the side. Lashin's out. Feels bad. Nice try. Decent position, but that cross was not meant to be. And now that liberates even more space for Zero Tolerance skills to maybe make that cross happen, but oh man, that off angle of Team Lag DK, it is so good. It's impossible to escape their scout. Now I think 3 teams are up and ready to go. Seems Outplayed. The teams are pushing in their direction, but the blue zone, I think, is just barely going to push them out. If they still have some smokes, now it's time to use it to reposition a little bit more in the circle, because in a matter of seconds, they're going to suffer the wrath of that blue zone tick damage.
Yeah, some really good shooting coming in here from the side of Ghost, just fishing in the smoke there, but unfortunately that blue zone is going to be pushing forward. Ghost not in the zone just yet, so we are going to be seeing the players here from Teams Outplayed having to reposition, but look at that, the shot come in, down goes low, Berserk also getting picked on up, 2 down, 2 to go. It's going to be Fantasy at 1-9 to try and bring it in for the side of Lack, but Teams Outplayed are going to come rushing forward. Ghost almost running straight up into that nade, up comes another one. Ooh.
Oh man, I can't stop feeling like Seems Outplay could have had some way better smokes to reposition there, but look at Vortex. One of the top fraggers after day 1 of this PMPL Africa Qualifier. And he is there to play spoiler on these 2 teams. Everyone's forgot about them. 100% of the focus is between Lag and Seems Outplayed. A lot of damage, but peeked above the rock. That's the play you want to see from Impulse. That's one. A Rez was able to come through though, so maybe something that they did not take into account could play against them. Low. 1-9. We'll see. Good nade. Goes a little bit further away. We'll definitely get some damage done. There you go, puts it down just a few HP. Get the spray once more, but 1-9 not going down there, GK. And he gets actually knocked away. Despite being low, he is still feeling confident, but now it's down to 1v1v1. He eliminates the Impulse. Absolute insanity from this player. And even sees Vortex in the shadows and secures their first game here of the day. Seems Outplay absolutely dominate.
What was that? I mean,
Impulse.
Seems Outplayed. Like, I wasn't breathing for the last 3 minutes, right? I was just sitting here, like, absolutely flabbergasted. Seems Outplayed stepped up and brought in an absolutely well-deserved chicken. I mean, 11 elims to their name. Impulse, just acting on impulses. They're coming in with those 8 elims for the team. Like, this is the way you get a chicken. So, Seems Outplayed. You just outplayed yourself. I want to see more of that coming in. I mean, please do that more often.
I think Impulse just had his spidey sense tingle. He was like, over there. Yeah, no, Vortex, you're not going to get that. Because Vortex was waiting for the numbers to dwindle when it was down to a 1v1, and he would have shot instantly. And I believe I saw at the very end, Vortex like was actually scouting in. Like, he was actually scoping on him, and he was ready to go for the shot, but instant 90-degree shift and takes the shot onto Vortex almost instantly. Something of beauty just happened in this game. Great stuff from Seems Outplayed that himself. A very good game last game too, right? They got themselves they got themselves a chicken dinner last game. What am I saying? They just got back to back. I didn't even connect the dots right there. Back to back win from these guys. We do have Umbra that had himself 2 wins, but this is the very first back to back chicken dinner that just happened here. So Seems Outplayed absolutely insane going to this one with 26 total points in this game with a tough position to hold on to. It doesn't get any better than this here, DK.
Yeah, I mean, this is just absolutely phenomenal plays. I mean, I was quite worried when Seems Outplayed. Both of the players were positioned on that little rock, and it did seem like Vortex had an clear line of sight right on towards them. But fortunately, things worked out. They came in clutch. Of course, zero tolerance skills just inching their way up into that second place, coming in with those 4 items, putting them right there alongside Lag. But Lag, they had a dominating position in those compounds for a big majority of that match.
Yeah, we'll see, of course, though. Now shifting over to the second page, how have the bottom teams been able to perform? We'll see, of course, how this is going to work out. Raze, I believe like they had such a good potential here, DK. I don't know if you agree, but we talked about their position at 2 display on Potato Hill. It could have been so damn good, but unfortunately it was not meant to be, apparently. And Exodus, I think that their main enemy here is bridges. Might want to be careful because those bridge crushes are not working out for Exodus, so we need to see things change ASAP.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. Definitely a bit of improvement can be brought in on that front. But we forgot one of the other important things that we saw happening in this match, right? Unique, they clutched it out with 12 elims to their name. Yes, they got sent back in 6th place, but 12 elims coming through. I mean, Slyke came picking up 6 of those. I mean, that's half of the performance for what the team brought in. So also got to give credit where it's due. Well done to the players there from Unique. Some pretty impressive elim numbers. I mean, this makes me so excited to see what our final 2 remaining maps for the day will hold.
Yeah, I mean, our next 2 maps is going to have one Erangel, and our next game is going to be happening right after this break. It's going to be Miramar. Stay here, be there, be square. Well, it seems like the days are getting better and better and better by the game. And DK, not gonna lie, that last game in particular was a very interesting one. A lot of teams are going for some super smart rotations, but we said this was a back-to-back win for Teams Outplayed. And you actually corrected me on saying it's not only a back-to-back win for them, it's a back-to-back win on their first 2 games of the day. So they started off on a hot streak. Intrigued to see if they can try and get themselves some even better results on their next game today.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely fantastic day for the side there of Seems Outplayed. And of course, the next match up will be over on towards Erangel. So they're going to be sitting out on this next one as we head over on towards the dusty dunes of Miramar to fight it out in that lovely desert. But I mean, this is where it gets exciting now, because we've got the players here from Group A and Group C getting ready to move on through. And we've seen a lot of strong performances coming through on Miramar in the past. And I'm hoping to see that now getting kind of brought forward in once again. So I'm definitely going to be looking out for teams like Aphelion Apex to step up their play on a map like Miramar, because that would be a great opportunity for them. But also the DROGONS. This is a map in which, you know, we can see them really start to kind of shine and bring forward those strong performances.
Yeah, it would be a fun one to see if they can try and make themselves a good extra result here. Though, here, you can see on the overall rankings, Team Umbra, despite not having the best day, we said it already, right, GK, even if they did not have a good day, because that's such a cushion created between themselves and second place, they can still very, very easily remain in that top position. So no big surprise there. We are still going to be looking absolutely amazing for these guys. Though looking at the bottom, we are seeing a few changes. Some teams have been able to climb up pretty significantly, and I'm looking at teams outplayed in particular here with Team Unique. These two teams have been able to climb up big time. Of course, they do have one extra game compared to some teams around them, but with teams outplayed in particular, they were in what position at the start of the day? I'm not even 100% sure, but they were definitely not towards this position. I'm trying to catch up on the stats real quick. I can't have them, unfortunate. But I don't remember where they were at the start of the day, but this is a huge climb from teams outplayed. If they just get some good games to close it off now, the gap is super small between them and MZR or even Grind. They could be in top 3 at the end of this.
Well, Seems Outplayed started off the day on only 9 points. That was it.
Oh, wow.
They started
Oh,
off
wow.
with 9 points in 21st position. So what a beautiful leap or jump or whatever you want to call it was for them. But I mean, those back-to-back chickens doing absolutely fantastic things for them on the overall leaderboard. Now, as we look onto your favorite page out of the 3 we have to choose from, this is where things are still looking very, very tight. I mean, Blackjack, AKM, Lag, Recalcitrant, Next Level, Masters, Exodus, still very, very much neck and neck. A little bit of a drop off moving over towards the players there from Team Somalia. But I mean, the 7th positions we can see at the top of the second page is looking pretty tight.
Yeah, Exodus, though, yeah, it really sucks. It feels bad for them because the 2 Erangel games they played, they died super, super, super early. So we need to see some changes on how they do that, because these last 2 games might have been the reason why they were not able to make it in the PMPL Africa itself. Though we're going to look on the 3rd page, and this is the true danger zone. If you are still on this page at the end of the day, we said it was DK a few times, it's going to be tough. It's really going to be tough. It was shown by the likes of Teams Outplayed that even though you start off today with 9 points, you can still make it in top 5 in just a few games. That is huge, but they needed a back-to-back win to make that happen, DK, right? And from what we've seen from these teams on this 3rd page, it seems extremely, extremely unlikely for them to make them a back-to-back chicken dinner happen. So yeah, we need to see a change. We need to see some consistency. We need to see some wins from these guys. Otherwise, I'm going to have to count them out entirely, because that is going to be the hardest comeback to see is going to be for these guys on tomorrow's games. And it just seems very unlikely.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge to try and pull it off. But, you know, at least you could aim for a really strong positioning coming in on that 2nd page, maybe. But you know, it's gonna be tough. I mean, a strong performance in this match could move them onto that 2nd page, but as we saw, it is still very much neck and neck. So yeah, they're gonna have to bring their A game in Miramar, and if they're playing Erangel, then they have to continue it all the way up into there as well.
Yep, that's the name of the game. You want to try and put yourself on that 2nd page, at least at the end of today, so you have a living chance to push yourself in top 10 after tomorrow's 5 extra games. Otherwise, the dream might end prematurely for some of these teams. Though this plane path, this is a dream of a plane path, actually, I should say. DK, nice and central from the east over to the western side. Most teams going to have access to their positions if you don't know where the car spawns are, so this is very, very satisfying to the eye. I'm going to be looking at some interesting positions that could have some fights. Los Leones, we saw some teams drop on top of each other, but it's such a wide area. Not sure it's going to happen. In Impala, we had 2 teams drop there. I believe one of those teams is not playing this game. There was in that little bit of a back and forth yesterday. So normally, seeing how the teams are, which teams are in the lobby, I'm not expecting any early fights. It is Miramar, after all, it's the biggest map in the game. So slow and steady wins the race. We'll see how this early game and especially early rotations are going to pan out for some of these guys.
Yeah, I think the only racing we're going to be seeing now is the players racing down to the ground, right? Particularly maybe in towards Al Azahar. We do see 3 teams moving in there. It is, of course, going to be the players from Grind, Zero Tolerance, and Exodus. So we could have a few of those potential early engagements coming through on that front. But ideally, we would like to see the teams looking now to move a little bit over on towards that western side, as that is exactly where our first zone is going to be situated. And of course, we do see the players there from SYR, the Super Young Stars, moving right up in towards Pozo. Now, I think that's going to be a really good position to start this match in.
Yeah, it could be. I think if they make use of the information granted from that position too, it could be really nice. Otherwise, other than that, we're going to have a team. Yeah, okay, Zero Tolerance skill gun for Campo Militar, so they're really stretching it out. I thought they were going to drop maybe towards Tierra Bronca position, but they are indeed going to push a little bit further away. Exodus also going for that spot. Luckily enough for Exodus, between their position and the circle, there are no bridges. Just saying, things could be pretty good. We'll see. We'll see how, if that's going to pan out good for them. Okay, so I feel like this is bullying. You know, Jason's not here. I feel like I got to give back a little bit of the sheer bullying he gives to me throughout the years. So Exodus, I'm sorry guys, love you, but yeah, it had to be done.
Yeah, that was well, okay. Yeah, we'll just move on. Now looking at the rest of the teams, I mean RTG up against BJE up in Los Leones. So you can't really say they're up against them because Los Leones is quite a big space to move around in. Yeah, they're neighbors, but like not immediate neighbors. They're like distant neighbors, like a farm situation, you know, like there's someone next to you, but they're not in your immediate space. So both teams can, of course, go through their looting phase. But what's quite interesting to see up north, though, is Exodus are actually pushing up towards Zero Tolerance up in Campo Militar instead of staying in towards Tierra Bronca and that kind of Torre Ahumada region.
I think that the main idea for Exodus is just to have access to the road because it is tricky to drive around the landmass of Miramar. You've got a lot of bumps that can make it a little bit trickier. You never know what might happen. So make it safe. Go to Torre Ahumada, get some extra loot. I think they are severely underlooted because they got pushed a little bit further from what might have been their initial drop location idea from Cruz de Val. So pushed away, Torre Ahumada, get the loot, go for the northern rotation up next to the Oasis, and maybe get into La Cobreria. Could be a good option. There's a lot of opportunity for Exodus to get themselves in a very good spot right into phase 1, so I'm not too scared for them. Other than that, yeah. I mean, we've got the neighbors. I have the impression the neighbors of Los Leones are like, you know, you have those neighbors live next to one another because they're, of course, they're neighbors. That's what neighbors are. And if they have the apple tree of the neighbor that's, you know, over their fence, they'll steal the apples because technically they're theirs. It's like here, you have one player that goes a little bit too far. Boom, it's a 3 point. It's mine. Get away. So you want to make sure your apples don't go to the other side. Is that a weird way of describing it? I'm trying. I'm trying really
hard. A little bit, but I get where you're going. I get where you're going. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I get the point. Like I see it. I see it. I mean, yeah.
I wanted really to say that, sorry, because it happened to me.
Quite high.
Yeah.
You know. Oh, so was it your apple tree, or were you the one with taking the apples?
It was our apple. Well, not mine. It was my parents, obviously. But yeah, it's our apple tree, and he would just take it, and then he would make like a crumble with it, and he would give us some. It's like, those are ours in the first place. Like you giving it back to us, mate. Come on.
Well, he's returning. So he's only returning it because he's improved it a little bit. You know, like.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
We would have given it to him if
you got a slice of it. At least you got a slice of it. I mean, he could have kept it all to himself.
Yeah. I don't know. I'll see. I'll see. I'm still mad 10 years later.
Yeah. Well, who can't be mad currently, right? It's going to be anyone who chooses to rotate up into the northern side, right? Because we still have the entirety of
what you call secure themselves the win. Great stuff to see. We'll have to look, of course, at the point rankings. Not the point rankings, sorry, the points won by these teams in this game in just a bit. Because I can tell you, I think that we got a lot of the top teams here that got themselves some really decent amount of eliminations, except for one that I'm seeing right now, and that is Blackjack Esports, that despite having one of the best positions come out of this game in 5th place, but with 0 eliminations. Big surprise in how good their position was very, very early in the game.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. That was quite a surprise to see that come in. But, you know, we got to talk about the teams that brought in those points. You know, this was a match in which we were hoping to see the teams situated a little bit further down on that leaderboard come in with some fantastic plays. But, of course, let's hop into those match rankings to see what the point situation is. We did see, of course, the players there from Arrays bringing in an absolutely fantastic performance, taking that 2nd place. But let's see what the point situation is.
Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say it myself and say I have the authority. Look at me. I call for the match ranking and we get it. But no, you got it on the 2nd try. Nice one. But yeah, Super Young Stars able to get himself then 24 points on this 4th game of the day, which is amazing to see from them. But Race Clan, this is the step up they needed. Before last game, I'm not even sure exactly which position they were, but they were still in 22nd. So we needed to see a step up right from these guys, and they're able to get there slowly but surely. So good to see them trying to actually climb up a little bit higher. Hopefully is going to be allowing them to try and put themselves on to that 2nd page, the best page once again of the overall rankings. But on the lower side, I'm still out here with a big question mark above my head thinking, what the hell was Aphelion Apex trying to do this game? I do not understand it. I could not explain it. You cannot afford to do plays like that, because this game might be the reason why they do not qualify for the PMPL Africa 2022 spring, and that would be just so sad to witness.
Yeah, I gotta agree. That was it was interesting, right? Just to say the very least, right? Yeah, it was oddly interesting. Let's go with that one, because yeah, not quite sure what the approach was taking that engagement with the DROGONS, but as we saw, it was a very costly engagement for them. So maybe they'll try not do that again.
Yeah. We'll see. Of course, that's going to be that's what I can tell to that one. I'm looking at a team like, for example, Magic also. I would like to see Magic be a little bit more careful. I think they got a little bit surprised by 21st Century for no big reason. So we'll see if they can try and come stronger in the next game. But there's only one more game actually remaining before we end day 2 here of the PMPL Africa Qualifier. It's going to be Erangel. You definitely do not want to miss it. So we'll be back right after this break. Ah, we got him. We got him. We're not muted, guys. It's actually audio this time. Even our producer was like, "Guys, no. We're not muted. We are indeed. We're just playing games. Don't worry about it. Hopefully, things are going to be fine this game around. But we're ready, DK, for our final game of the day to see how things are going to pan out. And it's going to be back to Erangel, back to the grassy pastures. Hyped to see how things are going to go. But we've seen some teams finally step up big time. We want to see more before we end day 2 here of this qualifier.
Yeah, definitely. We want to see quite a bit coming through in this last play of the day. And I mean, it's going to be quite exciting. We had quite a bit of action coming through over on the side there of Miramar with some fantastic plays coming in. But it all comes down to this last match. Are the teams a little bit lower down on those leaderboard or on the leaderboard? Will they be able to make enough of an impact coming into this match? Because I mean, this is going to be the last opportunity for them to really step up and kind of bring in the necessary points to try and lock in any potential gains for, well, the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, last opportunity, you're saying it right. With only, well, not only, with a total of 2/3 of all your games played after today, making an impact in your rankings, if you're already struggling, is going to be such a hard task at hand. So, teams at the bottom, this is your very, very final chance. If you're even playing the last game, for the teams that are not even playing this last game and that are on the third page, it's going to be an even tougher prospect because they're just going to look at teams playing. They're going to see teams overtake their position. It must be so hard for their morale. We'll see how that's going to work out. Though I have heard that we do indeed have a rehost for this game, so it's going to take a little bit more time before we do dive into the game. No worries for that one. We should get back into it, hopefully in just in the nick of time. But still Erangel here that's going to be going down, and when we're looking at the groups that will be participating this time for our final game, it's going to be Group A and Group B. Group A did not play the last game yesterday, so we'll see how they can do after a total of 5 games played, how the morale, and especially how they can play, because when you think about it, you know, the length of 5 games, it can be a pretty long process, and I think that some teams maybe struggle to deal for long periods of time like that. So, man, whoever is able to actually get himself a chicken dinner on this last game, or nerves of steel going into that one.
Yeah, it is going to be an interesting play. But what I'm curious to see though is how the teams are going to compare with regards to the first time that they played on Erangel, because we know starting off yesterday's matches, it was Group A and Group B playing, right? And now we see them returning once again onto the battlefield for the last match of the day. So what I'm going to be looking to see is will we have any different outcome this time around? Because we did have the players there from Team Umbra and Aphelion Apex finishing exceptionally strong. And of course, we also had the players there from the side of Virtual Gaming as well as Blackjack hard on their heels. So it could be a few interesting plays to make their way on to this final match of the day. But I'm gonna be also a little bit well, I won't say worried, but trying to see what the teams on the lower end of that leaderboard are going to be bringing in.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of teams that we need to see a comeback from. You mentioned a team, right, I would like to see a little bit more from potentially. It would be Virtual Gaming. Now, currently, when they played 6 games, I don't know if this is actually updated to right now or the game before, but in recent times, they were in 9th place, so they're still looking good, but they're on that verge that now, I mean, unfortunately, we see Virtual Gaming not being an extremely consistent team, which is a very scary thing in these short-term tournaments. That a few bad games, boom, you could find yourself 5, 6, 7 extra positions down below, outside of the top 10. A few good games, then they can push themselves up in towards top 5, and they'll be super comfortable heading into day 3. So I'm looking at some teams like Virtual Gaming, Next Level, AKM, Recalcitrant, Team Lag. These are teams that we want to see maybe closed off in a good way to be comfortable heading into day 3. But of course, after that, you got all of the bottom teams that right now, more than ever before, you need to see them closed off with a bang to make sure that heading into tomorrow, they don't have that much of a gap to close off. Because if you have a huge gap into the last day, it's going to be pressure. You're going to struggle with it. The mental state is going to have a hard time. And maybe making decisions based on that is going to make it even harder for you to remain consistent. So there's so many things and aspects to take into account, right, DK, in these finishing moments to make it, once again, in the very first African PMPL that's ever been done in PUBG Mobile Esport. You want to be there. You don't want to miss out on the very first proper PMPL for this region. The stakes are high, and some teams will crumble while some teams will rise. It's the nature of esports, and some teams are going to learn that one the hard way.
Yeah, I mean, so there's going to be quite a bit of pressure, not only in this final match, but also moving into our remaining games. That is going to be kind of a take-all play moving in. So, yeah, we did see it, of course, being possible for teams to just get leaps and bounds with regards to those points on the overall standings. As teams Outplayed, they did a fantastic job so far today. But will there still be another opportunity to try and bring it in this final match? Could we see another crazy jump coming through on this last game?
Yeah, would be cool to see. We did predictions on the last game yesterday. I feel like it would be good right now during this playing path, which is very, very team friendly this time around, to go for a little bit of a prediction. And you went first last time, so I feel it is only normal for you to go first again. No, okay, I'll go first this time. I want to see a Blackjack Esport win, even though they are looking pretty comfortable. That last game, they had a super strong position, didn't get any eliminations despite that. So Blackjack would be the team that I'm looking at. Like, I want to see more presence from these guys. So hopefully that's going to be the case in this game.
Well, I'll kind of second you partially on that, right? But
Okay.
there's another team that I want to see actually. Well, there's another. Well, this is difficult because now I got to choose, and I mean that's why I don't really go shopping because I'm not. Okay, right. Okay.
You got it?
No, no. Just when I think I have it right, I'm about to say something, then I'm like, oh wait, hang on, there's another team, and then I look down and I'm like, oh yes. Okay, so it can be a selection of teams, right? Okay, I'm taking it because why not, right? Okay, so it could be Magic, it could be Masters, it could be Exodus.
Just every single team. Go for it. Keep going.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, let's go for that one, right? I'll just run down the list. But teams that can take it a little bit more comfortable will definitely not be 21st Century. So let's make them one of those, right? Because they are going up against Virtual Gaming, who we saw some strong plays come from. So this is going to be important for 21st if they are looking to make any moves up towards that second page. But Virtual Gaming is not going to make it easy for them.
Virtual Gaming was actually a team that I was thinking of maybe predicting, but I didn't quite get there. So they would be standing in for my second prediction into this game. We'll see if they can get it. Andrex, they know he's around the corner somewhere. They saw the hit mark after hitting that nade. So not going to be able to get anything more just yet, but at least there's a little bit of an initiation made, which I can appreciate from VGS. I love their late game so much, really. I rarely say that I love a play from a team in this game. Like I really say the play is perfect or everything, but when I say I enjoy a play, I think that Virtual Gaming had a really good attempt to finish off Game 5 yesterday. They stumbled towards the finish line versus MZR. Very unfortunately so. There was a little bit of terrain advantage not really going their way, but I think the Virtual Gaming is a team that has so much real potential, but it's like any other team, right? They just need time to grow, use this competitive experience to get up there. I do not know if this would be a team that if they made it into PMPL Africa would do great. So maybe this is a little bit early for them, but I think that they have a really strong base to start off from. So I would like to see it. Flashbang goes out though. And again, the surprise with Andrex, but he was not in range from the flashbang, so he will not be able to get flashed away. But at least they have the information onto Andrex that has, sadly enough, DK, no first stage to play with.
That is quite unfortunate, but I mean, I gotta agree with everything that you just said about the players here from Virtual, right? It is definitely they've definitely been showing some fantastic mindsets coming into these games, right? Sometimes it works out fantastically, other times almost. But definitely there's a lot, there's a really strong foundation that has been laid already by them, and you know, with a little bit of honing, they could become a very, very tough team.
Yeah. By the way, guys, I want to try a little bit of a social experiment right now with chat on YouTube. If you guys hear us right now, spam 1, okay, please, because it would look really bad if we did that troll at the start of the show and actually there was really no audio, and they'll be like, "Hi, well, we still can't hear you." So, put 1 in the chat, guys, who can hear us. Like that, we will be safe going into the game. Otherwise, we'll try and get that fixed ASAP. We'll see how things are going to pan out. I mean, that'll be. We'll see, of course. Hopefully, it will be the case.
Well, I could answer that for you.
Ooh, tell me.
But it's fine. We'll wait for the interaction. We'll wait for the interaction.
Okay, Pharaoh spotted out, but luckily enough, we'll be able to make it out of the range of Palucci, so he'll be good to go. I didn't even open my minimap. There's a little bit of action happening actually in apartments next to school, so that should be a fight that we could potentially move on later on because you've got Umbra taking the fight versus. Oh, actually, another team that got himself 2 wins, so they're going to be taking that fight towards Seams only. So interesting to see how that's going to go. Social Gaming, boom, in the car they go. Not interested in taking this fight any further, losing already debt, so this is not worth it for them. But here we go. This is the fight that could mean so much at the top of the table.
Yeah, it could definitely mean quite a bit coming through. Now, who will be the one to close it out? Umbra. Oh, looking to bring in even more points.
Wow.
And with that, yep, they outplayed. Seems outplayed. And ooh, that was... They didn't even take that much damage either. So that was a really good push coming in from the side of Umbra.
They were not messing around on that push. Like, they just took a billy and just rushed at the door. Like, FBI open up, and they made that building theirs. Good stuff. Though from Umbra, I knew they had a little bit of a... They stumbled a little bit at the start of the day, I think it's fair to say. I think they got, what was it, a 14th place or something close to that? At least they did that game itself a 0 placement point game. So, you know what? A little bit of an improvement here into apartment itself. So, good stuff from the boys of Umbra. Though, we're starting to see their gap, reduce pretty significantly, DK, I would say. That they had, what was it, almost a 20-point lead on second place at the start of the day. It got reduced to a very, very small amount, just a few point difference. So they're making sure that they are still seen as the lobby leader after that fight. So, good on them.
Yeah, but definitely starting off the match like that is a good one for Umbra, and I could maybe see them holding on to that position a little while longer, but it is not going to be as easy as it was coming into today. We did see quite a few teams stepping it out as we've been progressing through these matches, and I mean, we had the super young stars also bringing in some absolutely fantastic plays in today's matches, but now it's down to what the teams are going to do in this current position, right? Because we don't have the players from SYR, Super Young Stars, participating in this match. So it could be that opportunity for Umbra now to rake in a few points and just solidify the lead that they have. But, I mean, looking at how the teams have been progressing, how they've been jumping, they could be in a little bit of danger, especially with the players from Team Unique, who we see currently positioned all the way over in towards Pachinki. That is not a bad setup currently in the zone.
Yeah, not a bad setup is DROGONS. I am loving it. Normally it's a good position in general, but for DROGONS in specifically is a team that I have the impression is not willing to go for positions like this sometimes, so this is good. You can scout. I'm hoping to see a 2-2 split, 2 places to the east, 2 places to the west, or a 3-1 split if you want, that's fine. As long as you're respectful of teams that come your way if that's the case. And it seems like that's the case. They're sending 2 players over to the east, 2 players to the west. Boom. Scouting initiation is now set up. Get the intel. You're pretty central on the circle, so phase 2 you should still be in there if you're lucky. So yeah, DROGONS might be looking for a good game this time around to close off day 2. Other than that, a lot of teams at North are finally initiating their rotation. Team Somalia's moving in. Team... Oh wait. Recalcitrant is North, which I was not ready. I don't know if you mentioned that at one point. I was just like, wait a second. This is not normal. I've never seen this.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a change up going through, but I think it's a healthy change. You know, you can't get too stagnant in your kind of approaches, and we do see teams really trying out a few different things here. Of course, the players there from 21st also going to be venturing towards that bridge, waiting to see where the zone's going to pop. We got Unique now also moving out of Pachinki with the zone just entering up a little bit further down towards the south. Lag actually find themselves already set up in center zone. So this could be a really strong compound as we now see the players there from Aphelion Apex also come strolling on through onto that coastline.
Yeah, Aphelion Apex got to be careful here. Lag, especially where low is, they got so many angles that... I don't know if that was intentional from Blisson. I don't think it was, but unlucky rubber ducky. And low saw that and he's like, oh, I might just try and close the gap a little bit. Kargin, not the best long-range weapon. Could work out if you want to try if you want, perhaps, but not efficient at that type of range. That's definitely not what M249 is meant to be used. But here you go, getting even closer, making sure that Aphelion Apex, if they try and use the easy escape route, which is to go through the river, they can just get to the coastline, get to the cliff, and then take the shot. So Aphelion Apex already not looking like they can have a very, very fun early game.
Yeah, it is going to be relatively tough, especially if you fall off. There's no way getting back up. Well, depending, of course, on where the zone shifts, you could also just swim towards that side, but that could be quite the costly rotation. And speaking about costly rotations, The players there from Your Killer is also now feeling the pressure as the players from Masters actually tapping away on them as they now just make their entry up in towards the zone. But we do see a big, nice mass migration coming through once again. The teams are looking to get themselves set up. But the southern side of the zone, 21st, have it quite comfortably. Yes, they are sharing the space, of course, with the players coming through from the side of Virtual Gaming, but they are on opposite ends. So 21st over on the west, the players here from Virtual over towards the eastern side. And both these teams can actually afford to hold those positions for quite some time.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Team Unique did not commit to the bridge camp on the western bridge, but it seemed like they tried to change things up just a little bit and center up a little bit quicker, because we did see the last Erangel game, it was a lot more central. So, on the bridge at least itself, so they just stayed there a little bit longer, and luckily enough, they were able to get eliminations. Here they're like, yeah, we don't really see the value, sure we might get a few more eliminations, but we want to play Central Circle instead, so I do like that reactiveness coming out from Unique. As the gap is going closed, Magic, a team that you mentioned, would like to see get a good performance this time around, are getting a little bit closer towards box. So you've got to be careful. Unique might lose a player here or there if they are not careful about how they hold northern box hilltop, because that could be a little bit tricky for them. As they're actually getting closer towards Harry Potter Hills, and Winky's getting... he's crossing the road, so okay. That is real... I don't know if I would say confidence, or is just unaware how aggressive of a push that was!
Ooh.
You don't want to do that, Pez. That's not good.
Ooh. Some devastating hit though for Unique. I mean, they knocked Sleek out as well. He got taken down by our own nade, and oh, up comes Unique though. Winky looking to close up. He's in the process now. Winky on the opposite end sends one out. Oh, that Molly almost finding the point. But this is a good show of aggression coming in from Unique. Now Magic really being put on the back foot.
No,
but
not
the
again!
pressure's on another one.
Stop it! I hate this! Why are we here? Just to suffer? Oh, man. Hey, this is, when your biggest enemy is yourself, you know that things are going wrong on PUBG Mobile. Nice try on the nade, trying to clear up positions, no flashbang. Could have helped them out a little bit. But one player's already up, just got to peek around the angle. 2, 3 players made it upstairs, and now it's full on engaged. There's no way you can escape that one. Magic instantly losing 2 more players, only 1 currently remains. And apparently your big DK is not looking too healthy, as Sage spotted away from a distance, trying to make it into the buggy to hopefully escape is possible to avoid doom. And he's backstab, and that's it. Magic eliminated in 14th. They are out of the game for the day.
Yeah, but they had another really tough run in against the players there from 21st Century as well, as we saw over on Miramar. So yeah, it is a little bit devastating to see that come through for Magic. Things not really working out, but unfortunately that is just kind of the way it goes. But I mean, we do see a nice bit of progression up here on Potato Hill. We do see the players, of course, from Masters now looking to push up on Umbra. Umbra looking to hold on. Morteza actually sneaking in from behind, so this could be a really decent off-angle play coming in there from the side of Umbra.
I don't know if you did it on purpose. Maybe when you said Umbra twice, it was like... it's like their hype call, like, Umbra! Umbra! I don't know, it felt nice, the way you did it. Maybe they could do that. Like, you have a LAN event, and everyone's like, Umbra! I miss LANs, man, I think you feel it. I think everyone does. Would be cool, would be sick to see it, though, that's it. Umbra picking himself another 2 extra eliminations for almost 3 without suffering a single casualty. These guys, fair to say, they are starting off this game on absolute fire. Masters not willing to full commit to that anymore. They go down, and they won this fight as a 2v4, really, when you think about it, DK. So, Team Umbra, they're gunning for that chicken dinner. I can feel it. I feel it in my bones. I feel it in my fingers.
I feel it in my toes. But here we go, as you know, the teams are still continue to make their way on in. We do still have Unique and 21st coming in on that western side. But, I mean, Potato Hill does look pretty secure for Umbra. We have the players here from Team Somalia now also looking to venture up a little bit further. Unique now going to be continuing to roll on in as they are trying to get ahead of 21st. But look at the shooting coming through, though. Both teams landing some beautiful hits, though. Pharaoh plugging the edge of the tree, trying to see if they can find a continuation onto Sneak or Slike. But Unique also just standing their ground, not going to be backing out of this one just yet. And we do have a few reinforcements potentially looking to move in. But 21st, a little bit spread.
Oh, yes. You know this is going to be a banger. Pharaoh can't escape from that one. Oh, right up and up. What? Just get knocked. How the hell? He has 5 bandages though, so still not out of that part of the woods. We'll see. 21st century, there you go. That's the offensive push you want to see. Nero gets popped away. Phantom still there for Unique, but not going to be looking too good. Plus, the circle moves away from them, and they're already in the blue. This is going to be a tough spot to be. Winky, Scarab, and Phantom. Can they wiggle their way out of this one? Only time will tell as Andrex chucks the utility and changes position to an absolute no eyes view grenade, but in the distance, Scarab is there to back it up and to make sure he has vengeance for his fallen teammate.
I mean, such a beautiful play, and Unique just holding their ground, defending their position, and of course just capitalizing with those elims. But you see another fight, of course, continuing as Umbra and Team Somalia go toe-to-toe. Unfortunately, Team Somalia are not able to survive that push, and yet another clean sweep coming through. I said Umbra are going to potentially be looking to just solidify their position, and that seems to be exactly what they're doing. Already 9 elims to their name.
9 elims already. Umbra are looking amazing. And 9 elims right until now without ever suffering 1 casualty is even more insane of a stat when you really put it together. So we'll see though. Now they have to move out. Luckily enough, then potential heal. Information is what that position grants you without really even thinking about it. So boom, just got to be careful when you go downhill to make sure that some teams like AKM in particular do not really cause you too much mayhem. Some compounds held on. And I'm looking at, especially your killer is a team that's been, I would say, pretty silent. Has one of the best positions to circle. Is good high ground spot. It's got some good positions to defend if you get breached upon. So if they play their cards correctly, this is a team that could, without too much effort, put themselves in the top 5 without really thinking about it.
Yeah, they definitely could do exactly that. But I mean, they still have to try and push all the way through the rest of this map. You know, we still see 11 teams remaining, 34 players left. Virtual are going to be moving in on this eastern side. We do also see the players there from Blackjack just positioned off in the distance. But look at this, though. Zeus coming under some heavy fire as the players there from Recalcitrant are hitting in some beautiful hits. And I would not be surprised if that is Banana doing it. But Zane stealing a quick cheeky knock right there.
Cheeky knock right there. You became British for a second. You British. Straight into it. How do you say bottle of water? Tell me.
Bottle of water.
Okay. I'll note that down. Okay. Is secretly British. Okay, got you. Perfect. Yeah, Recalcitrant. Got a little bit of a split. Got one player looking out in the blue. Not really necessary, in my opinion. A little bit overkill. But better safe than sorry, as now they're going to put a lot of their focus down below. But there's a big chance their location is not going to be upon phase 5, should I say. So, Banana has got to keep on scouting forward for his team, ready to set up a rotation, because you know that their position is not going to be valid for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Recalcitrant have an interesting play to make, but we'll see how that kind of comes together once this next pop comes through. But Zane will continue now to try and tap away at the players there from the side of Virtual. Virtual are trying to fight on both fronts, going up against Blackjack on the one side, with Recalcitrant holding on to the high ground there, and of course Umbra slowly creeping their way around the zone, just trying to see if they could maybe just play that northern side a little while longer. Of course, we also have the players there from Your Killer is now positioned smack dab in the zone, as well as AKM. So this is going to be, this could very well be the game now for Umbra, because they are in zone. We've got the other two on the approach, Wasted and PRZ also making that rush. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what Umbra does with this position.
Yeah, there's a position I think a lot of people might not even think of, but that could be super valuable in this position, is where DROGONS are. If they push just a little bit further up north, right down below where AKM currently stand, you have a little bit of a ridge, which makes you safe from AKM, and you can also, if you play around your utility or your vehicle positions really well, you could create a makeshift compound for yourself, and a really strong one at that, because you've got a few teams that will have to rotate from the south. I'm looking at Aphelion Apex, I'm looking at Lag, even Blackjack Esports, and Team Unique. So DROGONS could try and make something out of thin air, which would be fun, though Blackjack Esport, oh, nice onto Team Unique. That's going to be Reverb, a player that I wanted to see step up. This was one of the top players for me in PMPL Africa. I want to see this guy be back into the glory days as Ladouche pushed is up. And that's it for Unique, as they do not make it into the top 10. 11th place will be their downfall. There's now lag, see the players going down one by one, and now will be trying to make their way into the circle.
Oh, and of course, Kage also completely alone, trying to just survive. The blue zone is going to be closing up, starting to tickle away at the health bars there for Kage. But it's not going to be an easy position, though. I mean, Aphelion having a really tough day here. Look at this Kage trying to get up, trying to send it through. But unfortunately, there's just too many players holding in, and that blue zone not making it easy at all, as it does, of course, send him right back. Ooh, Banana gets picked up at the hand of Umbra. But Umbra now just repositioning themselves a little bit over on towards that eastern side, as we can see the fighting now continuing. Wasted getting knocked right on down as your killer is continue to roll through with the punches. But of course, Virtual are going to be moving in right behind the Recalcitrant now.
And you can see Morteza trying to pop some underthrow smokes to escape from the Harry Potter Tower position, because it is not going to be valuable for very, very long. So you want to be careful you move away. VGS also trying to wrap around, not ready to take that fight head on with Recalcitrant, but unfortunately for them, they're going right into the position where your killers currently have control. Decent spray, but yeah, VGS choose not to get instantly given over for 3 of the Anonymous. Even Sid is getting somewhat involved in the elimination feed. Only Pitrox currently stands strong. I have the impression always Pitrox is the last player of VGS to survive from time to time, so weird tendency, but you know what, as long as he can get the result, that is all that matters. But apparently, I talked too soon, as that's it for VGS. Lag also get eliminated. Teams are falling down like flies right now.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Umbra just looking to capitalize on this even more so. Recalcitrant reduced down to Vex, and PRZ just relentless, continuing to put it through, and a quick steal actually coming through at the hand of your killer is just capitalizing on their position within that compound. But this next shift moves up in favor of the players there from AKM, as we can see them now shooting down in the direction of BJE, all the way on the opposite end of that playable area. The DROGONS still alive, holding strong in the south.
Yeah, not fully committing to the position I mentioned. I think they maybe could have gone a little bit further, but you know what? I will take it. There's at least one player superior that is playing that position, which I'm okay with. AKM, though, sending Yafos to scout a little bit further out of bounds of the compound, which can make sure the DROGONS are not a big threat for them. Blackjack and MG forward with that car can start to create a little bit of a makeshift compound, like I mentioned earlier, DROGONS could have done. But we need to see the follow-up, which is happening. They have 2 more players going in. Same for Umbra as they make it down below into the valley, away from the vision of AKM, which is a good spot. We've got to be careful because Team South and East could be the downfall of the side of Umbra.
Oh, Shadowin actually having a beautiful angle onto the place there from your killer is, but up comes those rushes now. Oh, Hasbot getting shot down. He goes. Anonymous now trying to roll on through as well, but Umbra looking absolutely phenomenal. Blackjack taking that southern position, but they got to be careful because the DROGONS are right behind them. The smoke's now being deployed as Umbra continues to push on forward. As TRZ gets picked up as Reverb comes lasering through, but up comes a fantastic nade. What?
Absolutely amazing. Matrix gave himself the double whammy for a single nade. That is definitely worth it. 2-for-1 deal right there. But Team Umbra, PLZ going down is not an issue. He was the reason why they were able to get himself in a position like that in the first place. He was proactively scouting, zoning teams away, taking a few pot shots. So sure, he goes down, but he knew that there was not a big chance he was going to survive it. So good setup for PLZ for the success of the team. But now again into the final moments of this game, ladies and gentlemen. And DROGONS get himself some nice nades, but Yafos have played absolute spoilers on his position with stop. They're just on the brink of death. 1 elimination plus 1 extra knock onto Superior from the nade. Once again, a 2-to-1 deal. And only Matrix is there to stand tall versus the threat of AKM.
Yeah, Matrix finding himself again in that red pool, blue pool kind of situation. Not quite sure which one he's going to be taking this time around, but of course he is going to be going for that res to bring the DROGONS back up to 2. Meanwhile, we do see the players there from Blackjack also positioned far down on that southern edge of the zone, getting ready to pop up once again. Umbra, meanwhile, are positioned down in the valley, as you pointed out, but they're going to be looking to ride that storm a little while longer as the blue zone now shifts up right behind Umbra.
Okay, this could be a godsend, or it could be their worst enemy of a circle shift, because a lot of focus is now going to be coming their way. They peek up, and that's it. AKM eliminate the side of DROGONS, but they're not going to be peeking too much. Umbra do not want to get luckily knocked away. They know that the moment they lose those numbers, AKM might just go for a full send-it breach. Blackjack also giving away their position, was that utility thrown forward, and he's against the buggy. Well, maybe not the play, but he's still alive. Not for long. A headshot connects the Shadow End on that spray with this trusty M4. The reverb is there. Spots out wasted. Gets the hit. Not can he confirm it? That should be the focus, and he almost does. Puts us down to 50% HP. But that's it. Stop on the off angle. Make sure the Blackjack have no chance to get that chicken dinner.
Wow, that was a beautiful third party coming in, but now it is going to be AKM up against Umbra, and AKM actually starting to surround Umbra here, so this could be a beautiful strategy coming through if AKM are able to pull this one off. I'm liking this position coming in from stop, just kind of drawing the attention towards himself. Shadow and the rest of the team not really knowing which way to swing, but here we go.
Nice.
Stop steps up with a hit. Nice, come on, follow it through. Up they come. AKM getting ready to push. Still not finding themselves in zone, but up comes the continue to fly on through. Savage gets down.
Oh no!
Oh.
Oh man, the top two fraggers of day one here are absolutely popping the hell off. Pick himself a 2v4. 2 knocks, 1 elimination confirmed. The circle though, that is the tough one. Why he's going for the rest? Can they maybe reposition to one of the trees over to the east? If they can make it happen, it would be so good, because there will be no escape for AKM. Down below. There you go, confirm that kill. Yeah, Foz, no way out of that one. The first hit does connect. B gets knocked again! And Umbra are giving no room to the side of the... Oh, no, okay, well, I didn't even have time to build it up. But that's it. Umbra secure himself their very third chicken dinner in this PMPL Africa Qualifier 2022 spring. And in dominant fashion, they win the 2v4 DK. What a... You can't... Don't have a better way to close off day 2 here.
No, what better way to do it? I mean, Umbra bringing in an absolutely boss level play. That was just insane. And they finished off with like 16 eliminations to their name. Now, this is the kind of Umbra we saw coming in on day 1 on that first match as well. And, you know, the first match they finished off on 14, so they even bested their performance we saw them coming through with in that first game. So absolutely beautiful, beautiful play. I mean, I was asking beforehand, will we see a repeat play coming through from Umbra? And boy, they stepped up, they delivered and brought in an absolutely fantastic chicken.
Yeah, I'm happy for Blackjack personally. Blackjack was my prediction coming into this game, and they're able to get himself, what was that, 8, 9 eliminations in this game, and a good potential finish. They were outnumbered pretty severely, and they had like the worst position once hitting that top 3, so nice try. Unfortunately, not able to get himself to that chicken dinner, but that's fine. We just wanted to see them close off the day on a high note, which is exactly what they do. But we're going to look at the match rankings, see exactly how many points were truly taken home by some of these squads. And on the first page, going to be able to see, of course, the Umbra, as you said, that 16 elimination on that game, plus the 15 points of the chicken dinner, 31 points. I believe this is our first 30-point bomb of the tournament, which is always a memorable moment to keep in mind.
Yeah, definitely one for the books there. And I mean, wow, Umbra just bringing in a next level play, but a good performance coming in there from Blackjack as well, securing themselves that second place finish, coming in with the grand total of those 19 points. And it is going to do them some justice on the overall leaderboard. Of course, AKM also bringing it in, coming in with that 18 points alongside Your Killer Is, who finished on 12. So definitely we see our top 5 teams, DROGONS, even 10 points on board, double digits, and they really dialed in their gameplay much better right in this last Erangel game.
Yeah, DROGONS don't falter as much as what we saw in day 1, which is always a clear improvement in my opinion. Though, onto the second page, see where the teams that currently stand who did have a little bit of a harsher time. And we're seeing teams like Aphelion Apex that have been falling away. Seems Outplayed, you know what, they had a really good start of the day, so I cannot complain too much. Bad games happen from time to time, so no big issue on that side, at least for me. Virtual Gaming, I would have loved to see a little bit more to end off the day, but yeah, the big ones for me is Aphelion Apex. Not their day. Not their day at all here, DK, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's quite unfortunate that they're having an off day on the second last day of play. So, you know, if it was yesterday, it would have been fine. But, I mean, it is quite devastating seeing that happen today. So, if they're looking to bring any improvements in tomorrow, I'm not quite sure whether or not that is going to be capable, because the difference in points is there's quite a bit of a gap now starting to develop here.
Yeah, adjustments can be made, but is it going to be enough to really make up for those point gaps? That's the big question mark that we're going to have, right? And unfortunately, we can look at the other rankings in just a few seconds' time, normally, I hope at least. And Yeah, I think that if you're on the third page at the end of today, things are going to be a little bit too tricky to go for. I think the overall rankings are ready, so we're going to be looking at those right now. 117 points for Team Umbra
Mm.
after 7 matches played. That is a statement and a half here, DK, and it seemed like they're going to be the untouchable team heading into tomorrow, because even in the bad day, that means looking at 8th place, you got teams Outplayed, which would qualify as the top 10 teams, 56 points. Team Umbra could get a 0-point day, and I'm pretty damn sure they would still qualify into the PMPL Africa.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. I don't think we're going to see Team Umbra not qualify, right? I think they're pretty secure in their slot, and I mean, tomorrow's going to be quite an interesting day for them. But now, as we look at the rest of the teams, we do see the players there from Super Young Stars also now creeping up into that second position. I mean, we do have some interesting changes coming through. If we look at, for instance, the players there from Super Young Stars, they started off the day all the way in 17th position with only 16 points to their name. So that has already been quite the jump coming in from them. Team Unique, also, they started up in 1st place, moving to 3. Good advance coming in from them. Blackjack also securing themselves a position, at least for now, in the top 10. Grind having a little bit of a tough day if we look at the movement that has come through. But of course, also AKM just improving their position a little bit further up. Seems Outplay also making an absolutely beautiful jump. As we saw, they started the day off in 21st position and now right up there on the 1st page. But this is where the pressure is going to be tomorrow, right? The team's position on the 2nd page, your favorite page, they're going to have to defend this with everything they've got.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely on the 2nd page here, DK. Zero Tolerance Skills currently serving as the limit to enter PMPL Africa 2022 Spring. With 54 points, got himself a 7-point lead onto next level. And it's fair to say that a 7-point lead means absolutely nothing heading into tomorrow's games. If you're playing 3 or 4 games, it doesn't really matter. 7 points can easily be secured in one individual game. So next level, Recalcitrant Team, Team Lagmaster Esports, Team Somalia, RTG Esports still have a very, very clear shot to make it up there. Even some of the teams I would say at the top of the 3rd page could still make it up there, but we're going to need to have a really big change of pace if they want that to initially happen. So we'll see, of course, that talking about 3rd page, let's move over to there right now to see exactly how much some of these teams need to deal with. And as you guys know, we did mention it a little bit earlier, but quick recap for the people that were not here. Rila Insider, after not following the rules in the rulebook, have been disqualified from this PMPL Africa Qualifier. So that is why they do have 0 games played and 0 points. But then that means at the bottom, Exodus, Raise Clan could still make it, but when you start getting towards DROGONS and below, that is where the lead that has been lost for them is going to be a little bit too significant. So they can still make it. Even your Killer Is could still technically make it in top 10, but they're going to have to need the best data we've ever seen from an individual team. They're going to have to pull something very similar to Team Umbra, which, seeing how they performed so far, seems extremely, extremely unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, like currently there's only 34 points differentiating or separating rather 23rd place and 10th place, right? So
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like a lot of points because it isn't a lot of points, right? One good match, like for instance what Umbra had just now, or the other chickens we saw come through the rest of the day, could really allow for any of these teams to still make a jump up. But not only one chicken, they have to try and bring that in consistently. So tomorrow is going to be the hardest day. The teams will have to really get down, dig deep for it if they are looking to push themselves not only onto the 2nd page, but potentially even onto the 1st page.
Yeah, this is a point of the tournament for the bottom teams where, you know, if you're a One Piece fan, Gear 2nd is not even going to be enough. You're going to have to push through your limits, go to Gear 3rd, even Gear 4th, Snake Man mode, if you want to speed your way up in the rankings, because otherwise, I just do not see it happen. You said it right. What was the point limit? Like 30, 34 points, you said, I believe? Yeah,
Yeah,
34
give or
points.
take.
Not a lot maybe for some of the top teams, but a lot for teams that have not been able to show us consistency, true consistency. Sure, they might have a good game here and there, but if they're not able to do that over the course of a few games, then I do not see them make it into PMPL Africa. And once again, PMPL Africa, you got some big names over in that tournament. So if you're not if you're very, very inconsistent compared to teams that already qualified by default in that tournament, you are going to get smacked on top of the head. So it's not going to be a fun one, but man, DK, I can't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be an absolute insane day, and I cannot wait to jump into that one. It's going to be absolute insanity. Any finishing words before we close it off?
No, I just gotta say, I really can't wait to see what tomorrow brings. Best of luck to all the teams. I mean, get rested. Be sure to come back tomorrow just with your A game, and of course, yeah, who knows what the battlefield will hold.
Recommendation, wake up at gamer hours tomorrow morning, which is technically 4 p.m. And get yourself ready, potentially with some VOD review. VOD review always can help you out and try and fix those little issues before heading into tomorrow's games. Tomorrow is going to be the final day here for the PMPL Africa Qualifier 2022 Spring. You definitely don't want to miss out on which will be the top teams to make it to the next stage. My name was Max, man. Join with DK. Absolute pleasure to bring you the action as always. And we'll see you tomorrow for another day of PMPL Qualifier.